Now, I want to start off this video by saying this isn't like other guides. I need you to take this seriously. I need you to put away all distractions, anything on your desk, anything on your tabs, anything around you that could possibly distract you, because this one's going to be a long one. See, this guide isn't quite like other guides. It's not here to talk about your software and how to actually edit a video from start to finish. I cover everything needed to know to the point where you don't need to ask any questions. I cover things from why do we do certain things in videos? What is storytelling? What is cutting? What is visuals? Why do people use animations nowadays? You know, how to land clients. Why don't clients want to talk to you? Why do clients want to talk to you? Who do clients talk to? Why do they talk to them? I cover everything, literally everything needed to know to get you from start to finish to the point where you don't need to know anything. My name is dannyrio, and I was introduced to editing back in 2018. Now, fast forward a few years later, someone says, Danny, your editing is quite good. Your videos are quite good. You've got good editing. Try monetize it. And I thought it wasn't possible. It wasn't real, but I gave it a shot. Now, fast forward another year later, it's April 2021, and I make my first dollar online from editing. That changed my life forever, because now I want you to fast forward another 3 years, and it's where we are today. I've landed some of the biggest clients in the world. I've landed clients I dreamt of meeting when I was younger. I landed clients that have paid me so much, I've gotten to the point of making $11,000 in a single month from video editing. I've made more money than I genuinely thought was even possible in this industry. And I've covered so many different topics. I've learned so many different things. And most importantly, I've made so many mistakes. Now, what I'm going to be covering today is not only just everything you need to know in editing, but I'm going to be using my very own career as a huge case study for you. I'm going to go over every single mistake that led to the decisions that have granted me this entire life today. I'm going to be going over the mistakes that have led me to learning, mistakes that have led me to here, and I'm going to be covering all of that today. Now, this is why I ask you, please, to just put away anything on your desk that might distract you, anything on your computer that might distract you, other videos, right? Games. I want you to please just focus on this video. If you have a phone that keeps having notifications go off, put your phone away, right? Because there's a lot of information to unpack here, and I want you to get ready for this. And on top of this, I'm going to be going over this entire guide on a file, a Figma file, and you'll see what that is soon. But I want you to have this file. There's a few things I need you to fill out so you can have your own success. You can turn this into your very own journey, so you can realize that making money, making good money with editing is possible. Now, on top of this guide, I have made a community for video editors. Now, that's editors whether you're starting from the very beginning and you don't know how to edit, or if you are a very experienced editor and you've already found some success in your career. Now, on top of this guide, I've made a community for editors. Now, whether you've just started and you're wondering how to actually edit a video, or you're already quite experienced and you've got a few clients, this is for you. I guarantee you'll benefit from this, because in this community, not only is it just A to Z of editing in theory, kind of like this guide. Not only do you get this guide, but you get theory. And on top of that, you have practicality and implementation. I go through landing a client, I go through editing a video, and I show you exactly how it's going to look like, how your workflow is going to look like. And I teach you everything, show you everything that has to do with the editing workflow. So from the point of not editing a video, you will eventually land a client because I show you everything you need to know. And the best part about all of it is that it's free. There's no bullshit, there's no gimmicks, there's no, pay for the rest of the 3 weeks if you want to learn how to actually do. No, there's no gimmicks here. I gave everything for free. Now, why am I doing this? Editing used to be a place when I started getting into it, when I started freelancing. It used to be a place for creativity, for feedback, for opinions. Now it's just become this sort of race to the top, full of like these entrepreneurs who are trying to give advice after being 2 weeks into editing, and then there's this cesspool of people trying to network, and it's become so fake and so fabricated. I've made this because I see that there are editors who want to learn, but they don't have the correct guidance and they don't have that circle around them to push them to keep going. And I know if it's one thing for certain, that if I didn't have my circle to push me to keep going, I wouldn't be anywhere close to where I am today. So I know how important it is to have people around you, which is why I've made this community. Now, if you want to watch this guide, that's fine. That's good. Now, if you want to watch this guide and go along with me in the Figma file, in the entire whiteboard file, you can join the community and you'll find it there. Now, let's begin. Now, when you first get the file, when you first go onto the link, this is exactly what it looks like. Now, I know there's probably a lot to unpack here, but I'll show you exactly what to go through. Now, before we actually start, I'm going to show you that you want to start here, right? When it comes to your career, when it comes to your journey, this is where you start. This is the startup, right? And then this is the end. There is no end of your career, which is why I turn this into the evergreen scaling method. You see, once you've built your portfolio, once you've learned how to edit, you start landing clients, and then you start setting a price, and then you start raising that price, and then you do it again and again and again and again and again, which is why there's this big loop of arrows going around and around and around. However, I've not only got that, I've got some bonus content here for you. And then on top of that, I've got some things I want you to first install, some things I want you to seriously look at and seriously understand, because everything here is not only just about editing, but we get into a bit about philosophy and the human mind, because in order to find success, you need to believe that success is real. You need to believe that success can happen no matter where you're from. And I've made this entire part to show you not only how to be productive, how to learn, how to build yourself, but some key things I want you to remember. Now, before we get into all of this, right? Before we get into the fundamental startups in the evergreen scaling method, I want to start over here because I can't stress how important these things will be. So, when we start off, the first thing we're going to read is: editing is a chance for you to learn some skills, both in video production and in business. If you want to jump into hardcore DFY/DWY entrepreneurship when you're older, use this opportunity to learn some skills. Enter your journey with the mindset that you could work for 365 days, expect zero income without a problem. Nobody will be able to outwork you. Now, when I started, it was just a hobby for me. I never thought anything serious of it, which was a blessing in disguise. Because when you start to take things seriously, you start to set expectations. And all they really do, all these expectations do for you, these time scale expectations, is that they lead you to failure, right? There's no joy in it. And I'm lucky that I had this, but now that I'm starting up coaching, now I'm trying to teach this to editors, I had to realize this on my own, right? I had to realize this after editing. When I tried to jump into this whole coaching business, I thought I would make money right away, and I didn't. And then that's when I realized that I had to first learn about coaching. It's one thing to know the topic of editing. It's one thing to know everything. It's a whole nother thing to know how to teach it. And that was a skill I didn't realize I had to develop. So I realized that my first 365 days is about skills. Everything I do from this point, from the 365 days, which was like earlier this year in April, right? I'm still doing everything for free. I'm still pushing everything out there because I got to learn how to teach. I got to learn how to be a coach, right? So don't worry if you think that this is a complete ripoff, and if you think that I'm trying to like make you go through unnecessary work and you won't do it, and you know there'll be no results, because I'm doing it too. I'm doing it with you, right? I realize the importance in this. I know that for myself, I'm jumping into a whole new thing here, trying to teach editors, and I have to do this thing myself, right? And when I started to realize that I need to adopt a different mindset, and that mindset was that I could work for 365 days and expect zero income without a problem, everything had changed. Because you stop chasing money, you start chasing knowledge. And knowledge is what gives you confidence, it gives you power, and it gives you belief, which is everything you need in order to become successful. You just need belief. So if you can jump into editing with the idea that I don't expect any money. Like you don't have to deny money. You can just not expect to make anything. You could just focus on the sake of learning skills, because that's what this is. You're learning skills. You're learning how to jump into business by servicing others. Whatever you want to do after editing is up to you. Or if you want to continue doing editing, I'm proud of you. Okay? That is a good thing. But first of all, when you want to start off, you want to think that I could work for 365 days and expect zero income without a problem. Okay? Now, next thing. Aim to learn. Learning finds progress. Progress achieves results. Results builds leverage. Leverage attracts clients. So when you're starting out, when you're trying to find a side hustle and you found editing, right? You probably went through a bunch of different things before that. Like, I don't blame you. And all of them say they have the most money. And everybody says stuff like, oh, editing doesn't have a lot of money. You have to charge. Like, that is not true. Editing has money, right? But you don't have to worry about that, right? The money will come. What I want you to chase is knowledge. I want you to chase the idea of learning. And before you start thinking that's super cringy or whatever, you got to think about it. You need to learn, because this whole thing you believing you can't make money, you thinking it's difficult is all within your head. Because the second you start getting to the point of making that money, you're like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Oh, it really is possible. But it shouldn't take you an entire journey to get there to believe that making money is real. I want you to believe that now. I want you to learn. And there's the whole chain here. Learning finds progress, progress, results, results, leverage, leverage, clients. Right? Now, when you learn from mistakes. And the best part is you have a bunch of mistakes in this guide to help you learn from first. Okay? This guide will help you learn. Once you learn everything from this guide, you will have made progress. You will know where to start. Okay? And then once you start, you will find those results. And then the more results you build, the more leverage you have. So let's say you and a friend told yourselves, we're going to watch this Danny guide, right? But then you get ahead. Your friend doesn't watch it. He slacks off. You get ahead. And you do all of this. You edit your first video. Now, if there was a client up for grabs and your friend who hasn't watched the guide, who doesn't know how to land a client, and you who's watched the guide, who knows how to land a client, who knows how to edit video, you have more leverage than him. Okay? Because when it comes to selection, when a client wants to select two people, right? So you have an editor, right? And then you have another editor. So let's just say editor 2, right? If editor 2 doesn't even have like a portfolio and you do, then that means the client is more likely to pick you because you have proof of work. And why does that matter? Like, it sounds silly, but we need to think about, why does it matter to have a portfolio? Because it is risky for clients to get into business with strangers. And anybody who can prove that they are the least risky person to work with, anybody who shows less likelihood of failure and they are more likely to succeed, they will pick them. So if your friend has not watched the guide and he says, I'm going to watch something else, I'm going to play games, I'm going to sleep instead, I'm going to do whatever, he has not gotten ahead. You have. And now, because you have more knowledge than him when it comes to editing, you now have leverage over him. When a client comes, he's going to pick you. Leverage and building leverage is how we land clients, because the more leverage we have, the more results we have under our belt, the more career statistics and career achievements we have, the more, not only just impressive, but the more successful we look, right? We look like it's impossible for us to fail. And the less likely you look to fail, the more likely they are to pick you, because clients want to make it risk-free. Clients want to know that when they hire an editor, they're going to bring them results regardless. That's our job. And leverage does that. And chasing money is going to take you to a short victory. But knowledge and learning will take you to an entire journey of victories. Which is why I want you to learn. I want you to follow this pattern of learning to progress, to results, to leverage, and leverage will land you clients. Now, clients have the pain of editing their own videos. You have the pain of needing money. Their audience has a pain of lack of entertainment. You're all solving a pain point by making a deal. It's not about getting the better end of the deal, it's about solving everyone's pain. Entrepreneurship is literally just about solving people's pain. That's it. Now, when you want to make a deal with a client, you don't want to be the scummy guy. You don't want to like say, give me $1,000 right now for a video, right? You want to get into a point where you both have a good deal, right? You want to work with somebody long-term, especially. This is going to apply especially to you. If you want to work with a client long-term, you think about what benefits you both. You think about solving a pain point, right? The pain point is the first thing. Do whatever after that, for all I care. And another thing is, I want you to realize the weight of this job. See, people seem to think that editing will make you money. Yes, that is true. Editing is not only just about making money. You see, you have the opportunity to change someone's entire day. If your client gets an average of 100,000 views per video, you edit his video, you have the opportunity to make 100,000 people's days better. I don't think you understand the weight of this job. Now, that's not to say there's pressure, because I can almost guarantee you'll pull through. Editing is a very simple job, okay? And everything that you believe otherwise is in your head. But I want you to think about what you're going to be doing for other people. You see, not only are you solving the pain of your clients where he needs an editor, he doesn't want to edit the videos anymore, but you're solving the pain of 100,000 people when you do this. And this is when you start out. You see, there's going to be plenty of creators later on where you start working with creators in the millions who get millions of views per video. You've impacted the lives of 1 million people, whether you realize it or not. Whether it's just for one day or not, someone's going to think this is my favorite video. And they'll keep coming back to that because the way you edited it really resonated with them. That resonating sticks with somebody for a long, long time. Your job is more than just making money. Your job isn't even about like getting creators, you know, their subscribers and their views and stuff. It's about making better videos. Better videos that will do the whole growth process for them. But most importantly, better videos impact the hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people that watch your videos. Next up, you are where you are because of your decision making. Accept or deny, but the sooner you accept, the sooner you'll be in the right headspace to progress. When you make decisions, I want you to think long term, not short term. Think about the order of consequences and effect horizons. Now, this graph is something called effect horizons. And every single tiny little decision you make, right? Whether that's putting on a certain pair of clothes, that will change your future, right? Maybe in a very minor way, but it does. Whether that's deciding to get up late, whether that's deciding to scroll on Instagram for like 10 minutes instead of 0 minutes, whether that's deciding to take the day off and not work, it will impact you long term. Now, let me explain what I mean by this. Let's say my cousin was moving out of his flat. He says, "Danny, I don't have anywhere to put this, to put this TV. Do you want it?" And I'm like, "A free TV? Yes, I want a free TV." Now, I get this TV, I hook it up to my room, and I start it's like a free TV. I'm not going to put it to waste. I'm going to watch it. That was mistake number 1. In terms of order of consequences, that's mistake number 1. Okay, getting the TV. Number 2 is thinking that because I have this TV, I must use it. And then number 3 will be actually watching the TV. Now, in the short term, this is great. I have a new TV I can watch and I'm loving it. My happiness, my dopamine is through the roof. But then mistake number 4 is that I've been watching TV for a while. I'm starting to build a habit of it. Things that I used to do that used to make me happy. Things that I used to do that would make me feel like I was progressing, like I was smart, i.e. editing, i.e. reading a book. Those will start to appear less and less in my life, to the point where I watch TV more than I watch, YouTube's, videos on editing, or actually editing videos, or reading a book, or something that would make me happy, something that would make me progress. And then I would realize that I've been watching TV for too long. I've realized that I've taken away all the things that actually gave me fulfillment in life. Now I'm over here in the pits because I took this free TV, and even though it's free, doesn't mean you have to take it. It doesn't matter if it's paid or free. Point is, what is it going to do for you long term? And if it doesn't help you, why take it? Because long term, this matters. And then by the time I make mistake number 4 on the order of consequences, I will realize that it's too late. Now, let's look at an alternate reality where alternate version of me says no to the TV. Sorry, bro, I don't want the TV. I need to focus on work. Not only did he not have to go through this, right? Sure, the pain goes down because you had to reject the free TV. And not only will I be at a better point than what I would have had I watched the TV, because when you start making these decisions, these sort of short-term happiness decisions, they sort of damage your mindset. They damage your work rate. And now you have to catch up. And it's one thing to catch up, it's another thing to progress way over the line. You see, alternative reality of me, because he rejected it, he made progress. Me, who actually picked the TV, not only do I have to get back to where I was, but I missed the opportunity of progressing. I have to take this time to catch up because of that stupid TV. If you think, like, okay, I can still edit and do another side hustle, or I can still edit and I can still watch anime at the same time. I can still edit and go out with my friends 6 times a day, or 6 days of the week, right? I want you to think about this, and I want you to think about this graph. This is called effect horizons. You see, the mistakes that you make, right? The mistakes that you make, there is an order of consequences. One thing leads to another. It's this domino effect. That's a whole nother point of damage. But effect horizons is the first thing I want you to think of when you think of something that's going to benefit you in the short term. If you are looking to lose weight and you think one donut might, it probably won't hurt. Effect horizons, happy now, sad later. Now let's think about order of consequences. If I eat this donut now, is it going to lead to a habit of me eating donuts? Is it going to lead to a habit of me eating new foods? And then I find another food that makes me happy. You know, this habit of me eating donuts and consuming sugar has led me to discover a new sugary food that I like. Now that's built a habit. And then it goes on and on and on and on and on to the point where you're down here on the effect horizons graph. And you realize not only could you have progressed, but now you have to catch up to where you were and then progress. You have to put in twice as much work because of one stupid donut, because of one stupid TV, because of one night of watching anime, because of one night of just playing games. Now, this is going to sound really red pilled. This is going to sound like one of those really cringy, like entrepreneur guys, like you need to be in the gym like 24 hours a day. You need to get girls. They need to respect you. You're a man, this and that. But this is the behavior that you're going to have to start to adapt. You see, when you turn into the life of entrepreneurship, you're going to have to start saying things that give you a different result. You're going to have to start doing things that give you a different result. You're going to have to start adopting habits that change your life. Things that regular people might not quite understand. And this is really important to think about, right? And this is really important to, first off, accept and just start to mature a bit, because this is unfortunately what you're going to have to do. There's certain things you're going to have to sacrifice in your life in order to get what you want. But if you think that you're still going to hate the fact that you made the sacrifice, you're wrong. Because editing takes you through a journey of growth. You see, I used to be a kid who would lie a lot because he never really achieved anything. I was very insecure about myself, about my weight, how I looked. I was very insecure about my achievements, and most of all, I was very insecure about my intelligence. And editing has changed all of that for me, because it's opened my eyes to the fact that I'm not stupid, I'm not lazy. There are things that I can accomplish. And once you realize that you can accomplish one thing, you can accomplish the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, until you realize all those sacrifices were not only just worth it, they were beyond worth it. Because they lead you to a life of, yes, you have the money, but the money is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to freedom. You become happier, right? In order to get there, you need to think about effect horizons. You need to think about what kind of consequence will come when you do something that makes you happy in the short term. And what consequence will come next, and next, and next, until you drop all the way down here and realize you have to make a comeback. Next up, we have 90% of your anxiety is fed by your belief system. Beliefs are conquered when results are made. Whether that's making 10K in 1 month or making your first dollar online. Whether that's getting 1 million views on a video or getting your first 10,000 views on a video, results are results. The one thing that would keep me going, I made a lot of mistakes when it came to motivation, when it came to how I would treat myself, how I would think about myself. But the one thing that kept me going throughout my entire career was thinking about where I used to be and where I'm at now. Because I used to be a kid that genuinely thought he was screwed for life. If I wasn't doing editing, if I wasn't doing what I'm doing now, if it wasn't for the sake of learning, building skills, and monetizing that online, like I did with editing, then I'd either be stacking shelves at the grocery store or I'd be a drug dealer. Because I genuinely had no belief that there was any hope for me. Your anxiety is fed by your belief system. Beliefs are conquered when results are made. When I'd go through my career, whatever it was, the first dollar online, the first time I got $100 in a video, the first time I got $1,000 in a video, the first time I got 10K in a month. It doesn't matter if it's like the most insane result in the world. It doesn't matter if it's the tiniest. Results are results. And they will take you through a journey of realizing that, oh, this is possible. This is real. You sort of start to climb this chain of beliefs. I want you to think of it like a rope, a chain of beliefs. You start to realize, oh, I can land a client. Landing clients is easy. Oh, I can land a paying client. Landing paying clients is easy. Oh, I can scale my prices. Oh, I can make 100 per video, 1,000, whatever, right? You start to believe that these things are real. And if you think that whatever your current problem is, remember, this isn't just for beginners. If you're an editor who charges $500 per video right now, if you're thinking $1,000 per video isn't real, think about where you used to be. You used to charge $0 per video. You used to charge nothing for a video. And you think 1,000 isn't possible? You got to where you are now, you think 1,000 isn't possible? This entire guide shows you it is, but I want you to get there yourself. Mentally, I want you to believe that it is possible. Think about it. If you charge $200 per video and you think you can't get to 500 or 1,000, you used to charge $0. You used to charge 50. You used to charge 100. You scaled. You think you can't scale again? It is possible. The possibilities don't change, right? It's either possible or impossible. And 99% of the time, it is possible. You're thinking about improbable. You're thinking about time. If I told you making $1 million a month is possible, and you said, nah, that would be impossible for me to do. No, that would take you a long time to do. That's a long time. Making $1 million per month, that'll take you a long time to get to, but it is not impossible. The second you start adopting words like this, the second you start saying stuff like this, you start adopting the language of somebody who doesn't believe in himself, how the hell are you going to believe in your future success? How the hell can you believe that you can make any sort of success later down the line if you don't believe in the most extreme stuff? I guarantee you, once you start to believe that anything is possible, you'll be so free mentally. And scaling will never become, it'll be the easiest task in the world. You'll be like breathing. Don't forget where you used to be. And keep remembering every single little win that you get. My client gave me a raise. My client raised me to main channel content. I got a new client. I got a 1 million subscriber client. Every single win, every single result that you get, I want you to remember. And if you're in the community, I want you to post it and think, look at this. Look at what I did. Look at what I achieved. And if I can do this, I can do whatever else I want to do in life. And I want you to remember that. Next up, success doesn't happen overnight. Don't expect to hit 10K per month within 3 months of editing. Keep the exponential scale in mind. You only want to give up because you can't see the light that's being blocked by the hill that you're climbing. Progress isn't linear. You won't always be rewarded after your struggles. Results will come, but if you don't see them, that doesn't mean that you're failing, right? People seem to mistake progress and action. You think that once you complete a certain action, you will get that reward, you will get that result. That is not true. That is not how it works. It is not a flight of stairs. Otherwise, we would know that there was there was the possibility of doing it. I want you to think about the exponential growth chart. You see, by linear, I mean this. Someone will think it's like this, right? It just goes up and up and up with every... So you do... Some time passes, you do an action. Oh, result. Time passes, you do an action. Result. Time passes, do an action. Result. That's not how it works. It is not linear. You see, things will start to build up over time. And believe me, you can ask... If you're at $0, if you haven't edited a video yet, ask any editor this. Ask them if they've gone from 0 to 2 clients overnight or 0 to 3 clients overnight. Everything's exponential, right? It's not just, it won't just happen just like that. It's exponential, right? You need to just seriously believe in the process. And the one thing that will make you believe in that is, remember to think about where you used to be. Think about your results. Now, if you get results and you're not being rewarded for it, don't complain. Don't think it's over for you. Don't think that you're not going to find success, because you won't always be rewarded after results. You won't always be rewarded after you struggle. Okay? It will come with time. You need to be patient. And I want you to remember this entire exponential scale. Next up, not all clients are looking to add to their team. Not all clients will respond to your message. Low conversion rates are universal. It's not just you. A lot of clients, especially the beginner clients, believe that they are above you in the agreement. Use that. Play with perception, not with fact and emotion. Clients work with people they like, and they like hard workers, because hard workers show both maturity and they show minimal chance of failure in comparison to every other editor that doesn't do so. Now, I'm going to go through this one by one. So, not all clients are looking to add to their team. Not all clients will respond. Low conversion rate is universal, it's not just you. I can outreach to 100 clients right now, and I probably won't get 100 responses. I probably won't even get 50 responses. I could still get like 10 responses, because the truth is, not every single creator out there is looking to add to their team. You see, creators run their YouTube channels on systems. Systems are sensitive. They need to make sure that you fit. Now, this doesn't mean that's going to be hard to land clients. It just means that you shouldn't expect every single one of them to respond to you. Okay? It is universal. Okay? There'll be factors outside of sheer quality that makes them think that they don't want to hire you, right? It could be things that you cannot control, right? They could not have the money to pay you. They could not have the money to pay any editor, right? So if you're not getting responses from all 100 people that you outreach, don't complain about it. You'll be fine, right? Just remember, low conversion rates are universal. It's not just you. A lot of clients, especially beginner clients, believe that they are above you in the agreement. Use that. Play with perception, not with facts and emotion. Now, when you start off, you're going to deal with a lot of shitty clients, right? Believe me. I had to edit for free. I worked with shitty clients. I worked with clients who would scam me for like a couple dollars. I had to deal with clients who were so rude, called me names, called me stupid, called me an idiot. I had to work with like genuinely bottom tier clients. And this is going to happen, right? Because a lot of them think that they are above you in the agreement. And instead of crying about it, instead of tweeting about it, instead of, trying to cancel him, I want you to use that. Play with perception. This is a word you're going to see a lot in this guide. Perception. Play with perception, not with facts and emotion. Because it's their channel, they're paying you. They will think that they're above you. You could know so much about editing that you could control their entire channel. The second you start playing with facts and emotion is the second you lose. Because with perception, you could use that to scale your prices, charge more, leverage that into your clients paying more. Perception is everything. Perception is how people see you. And with perception is how we land clients. Because remember what I said, they need to see you as somebody who can never fail. If I go into your Twitter and I see your work and it's just work, they're going to think he's very hard work. Look at his portfolio. Oh, wow, he's got X amount of views. He's worked with these clients. Clients that I, the creator, want to be like. He probably knows something about their channels that I could know. that I could use to grow, right? That is perception. You're perceived as somebody who could catalyze the growth of their channel, that you are perceived as somebody who works hard. You're perceived as a valuable asset. That is leverage. That is leverage you can use to drive up your prices. Perception. Not with fact and not with emotion. Emotion will not get you anywhere, and I'll show you exactly at what point did using emotion kind of like negatively impact my career, right? Clients work with people they like hard workers, because hard workers show both maturity and minimal chance of failure in comparison to every other editor that doesn't do so, right? So if you're an editor that posts their work compared to an editor that tweets about everything else, the editor that posts their work is going to show they'll be perceived as less likely to fail because they are working hard and they are posting their work. If I was the creator and if I was thinking to hire you, and it is difficult for me to see your work, to see what you've done, then I would think you're more likely to fail. If you make all these stupid tweets, what makes me think that you won't make stupid tweets while you're supposed to be editing my video? I can monitor your work. I can monitor everything you do. I can monitor your activity. And if you don't look like somebody who'd be working hard whilst I give you a video, you're probably more likely to fail. And I can't have that. I'd rather have the guy who does nothing but work. Because truthfully, clients, they don't, especially the new ones, they don't care about your life. They don't care what goes on in your life. Therefore, give them the perception that you are just a robot that edits. And the final one that I want you to remember, be aware of shiny object syndrome. Now, shiny object syndrome is when you see an offer or product or some sort of cool side hustle that might distract you from your main goal. When you see something cool and you want to invest your time or money into, I want you to ask yourself these following questions. Is this going to help me reach my goal? How is it going to do that? Can I see this helping long term? And I want you to remember this, because this sort of put into perspective that there is never, ever, ever a need for me to change my business. Businesses don't fail, people do. If you quit editing for something else, you failed. Editing did not fail you. The grass isn't greener on the other side. The grass is greener wherever you water it. There's something called a vehicle and a driver in entrepreneurship, right? And I'm sure you've heard of this. You are the driver. You're driving with a vehicle from being broke to building a business and having a lot of money and whatever you want, right? You're getting from A to B, and you need to get there with a vehicle, and that vehicle will be the kind of business that you do, business model that you do. If you think the vehicle is a problem, that is not the case. Okay, everyone has found success in every single model, every single business model out there, right? People have found success in editing. People have found success in dropshipping. People have found success in Amazon FBA. People have found success in everything, right? People have found success in the weirdest business models ever. So if you think that the businesses are the problem, you're wrong. Because I want you to start taking accountability, start taking responsibility for where you are, how you got here, and stop blaming the tools that you use. And believe me, if you fail in something as easy as editing, then I wish you luck. Because servicing businesses like editing, something with this much information out there on the internet, and you still find a way to fail, I wish you luck. Businesses don't fail, people do. And you can only fail when you quit. And if you do not quit, you're still winning. You're still winning as long as you aren't quitting. Right. So when you see somebody say, look at this new business model. Oh, look at TikTok. Oh, look at YouTube automation, right? Even if it's something on the side, right? Even if you say editing my main thing, you're splitting your energy into these two different things. You're going to halve your progress. And that's in the short term. Think about in the long term. Your progress with editing, remember the effect horizons. No, not even effect horizons, sorry, order of consequences. Over time, your progress is going to get worse and worse and worse until you find success in nothing. And then you wonder, why does editing and YouTube automation not work? I'm doing both of them. Pick one. They are not the problem, you are. So it doesn't matter what you do, how you get there. It is possible. And editing is one of the easiest things there is to do. And if you start to think that I'm going to go do something else because it makes more money, well, then I wish you luck. Now, moving on to the productivity protocols. There's a few things here, and this Alchemy itself is a different thing, but I want to look into this. Now, this is exactly what you will learn in the community when you join. You will learn via this iterative learning cycle that starts with theory, And then after theory, you go into practical implementation, you do it all over again. Now, what this means for those that don't quite understand or aren't native English speakers, theory is learning, taking in information, consuming it, and understanding it, right? Theory is, well, in theory, I need to land, like, I land clients from this website, I make this account, I do this is what I have to do, right? This is the plan, this is the blueprint. Practical is practicing and actually going out and doing it. Now, say for example, we want to know how to make this TV effect, right? On Premiere Pro, I've got a tutorial on making a TV effect. So let's say you watch this tutorial, and the theory is you look at my screen and you say, okay, he's used this effect and this effect and this effect, and then within these effects he uses these number values, or he keyframes this number value from this to this, right? Whatever. You practice it for yourself. You put it into Premiere, you try to remember, and you try to do it for yourself, see if you can remember, and then you put it into implementation. Does it look nice? Does it look proper? Did you achieve the result you wanted? No? Where did I go wrong? Right? Look back at the theory. Okay. Okay, so I need to change the stack of my effects because I used it differently, and oh, now that I think about it, this is a different value. Let me just try this out. Okay. And then you remember that, you practice it. Okay, you change it up, you do the effect stacking and the changing the values, and you implement it. Oh, that is the result I wanted. And you're done. Okay? Now, this can be iterated based on your mistakes. This is like trial and error. Okay? And if it's not for a TV effect, it'll be for something else. Right? So, this is what I would do when it came to trying to improve my editing. The same way that you would do for a tutorial, I would learn something. I would see it online, I would learn something, I would try to do it for myself. Whether I saw a post from another editor that said, preview for this client, and I see, oh, that's a cool effect, let me try it out. I didn't get the same result as that. This is the test phase. Implementation is your test phase. Try it again. I look at it, okay, it looked like this. This is what I'm picking up. I may have made these mistakes, let me see. I try it out, I implement it. Oh, okay. That works now, right? So I test it out, whether that's putting it into a client's work or whether that's me rendering it or whatever. This is the sort of test phase, the judgment phase, right? If it doesn't work, you start again. Now, there's also exposure, right? Optimize for focus. What this means is that everything in life that we are exposed to adds into both our performances and our belief system. And this is something that I want to explain to you. 3 categories here: focus, consumption, and environment. When you're scrolling, it's easy to get distracted and start scrolling through social media. This happens because your brain gets used to a high level of excitement, which is dopamine, and from those activities. If editing doesn't give you that same rush, your brain will look for it elsewhere. To fix this, try building new habits that lower your dopamine levels. Over time, it will feel natural. Every time you change a habit, your brain rewires itself. Okay? So, for example, if you try to edit video, if you try to complete a task, a productive task, if you try to get some work done and you can't focus, if you keep scrolling on social media, what did you do that day? What did you do that past week? Have you been doing things that skyrocket your dopamine? Because things like social media, things like the film media, stuff like this, they feed us an unholy amount of dopamine to the point where it's completely overdone. It's completely like almost overwhelming us, and then that is our standard. Our brain is now set at a standard where our dopamine is over here, and if we try to do something productive, our dopamine levels will be here. But our brain is now saying, this is the standard, you better find a way to get up to here. So we're like, okay, I can't seem to focus on my editing because my brain tells me I need dopamine. I'll pick up my phone. I will start eating junk food. I'll start doing things that give me addictive dopamine. And you know what these are, because there's plenty of videos like around YouTube telling you to hop on self-improvement or to do this and that and how to be a better man and stuff like that. But it's literally just like, this is the result, essentially. The result is you've taken in too much dopamine. You've started behaving. You've started taking on these habits. This is the worst part. The habits. You build a habit of putting your dopamine all the way up here. When you start to do something, for example, like scroll on your phone, your brain, that's addictive dopamine. Your brain's getting addicted to that. And then as you start to do it more and more, your brain will also build something called a neural pathway, right? It starts to say, okay, we're doing this a lot. We might as well, we're going to remember how to do it now. So now when you wake up, let's say the first thing you do is scroll on your phone. You will now do that, not because you are curious to see what's on your phone, you want to check your notifications, but it's because your brain automatically goes to that phone. When you wake up, the first thing you search for is your phone. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Right? Because that's a habit that's being built. And now the consequence of that is not only have you wasted time in the morning, but once scrolling on that, the dopamine is here, and now you can't work. So what you want to do is you want to take out things that will, you want to take out things from your day, from your habits that will cause you to have this standard of dopamine, right? So anything addictive, you want to take it slowly away. And as you start to slowly take it away, your brain will start to kind of start to shrink down that neural pathway. You start to forget about that habit. And when we start taking on something else, our brain builds another habit. And it won't have the same level of dopamine because let's say in the morning, it's a whole new day, right? We haven't done anything. The first thing we do in the morning is going to decide what our dopamine level is going to be like. And if it's that phone, it's going to be up here. It's going to demand this much. But the beauty of it is, if the first thing we do is a regular morning routine and we don't touch our phones and we go to work, the first thing we do is work, the bar is set here. Now, it's not set up here like the phone, but the bar is set here, meaning the brain won't ask for this, it will ask for this, which means all you have to do to please your brain's dopamine levels, to please its standard, is work. But the second you go something a bit higher, it's going to ask for this. Well, now we have to, do work and maybe something else that will get us to here. And if we get our phones and TikTok and Instagram is designed to be up here. And we can't shrink it back down. And our brain will now say, take me to here. So whilst you're working, because you open your phone once, it goes up to here. So there's two consequences here. Building a habit, the neural pathway, and you can't do anything for that entire day because you've already set the standard of dopamine for the day. Now, next is the thing about your entertainment choices. Many people don't realize how important their YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter feeds are. The content there is designed to trigger emotions and actions. Productivity videos are popular because they speak to people feeling unfulfilled, but often people only watch them when they feel unproductive and need motivation. We've all experienced nights of setting ambitious goals only to wake up and fall back into old habits. For example, we've all stayed up until 3 a.m. thinking, what am I doing? I'm on my phone, I can't sleep, it's 3 a.m, something's wrong with me. And then you say, I'm going to become a millionaire, I'm going to do a bunch of push-ups, and then you do a bunch of push-ups and you're like, I'm going to be him. And then by the time you wake up, that motivation's gone. That fulfillment is gone. That productivity video that you watched, it hyped you up, but it's gone now. You'll go back to old habits. Now imagine sticking to those goals every day. That's real progress. People are motivated by rewards, and our brains thrive on dopamine. However, after a while, your brain might say, that's enough excitement, and start searching for real fulfillment, which comes from doing productive tasks. When you realize that you need to lock in, when you realize that you need to start behaving better, when you realize you need to actually start, earning, your mom says, get a job or some shit like that, you will get there on your own simply because you realize that you're watching too much of this brain-rotting content. You'll start to realize that your behaviors and your habits are so dopaminergic that you're thinking, I'm going to stop this. I need to do something productive. I need to do something real. But the problem is, as soon as you do one thing productive, your brain says, okay, I'm fulfilled. Let's go back to being a bum, right? Why stop there? After watching productivity content, your brain might feel satisfied, thinking it's done enough. Don't listen to that thought. Your brain doesn't always know what's best. Like a child wanting candy instead of healthy food, just as parents guide their children, you need to guide your brain to stay focused and do the work. You consciously know what's best for you. Your brain is thinking otherwise. You in yourself, everything you do, every little action you do is being fought by two people. There's two people in your brain fighting. Your conscious and unconscious. And your conscious is the rational, logical thinking you. that as the person you want to be, he strives to do something better. Now, your brain is who you are right now. The guy that is a bum, that has bum habits, that has bum behaviors, that does nothing but, habits that you consciously don't want to do, but your brain just takes you there. Two people are fighting, you and you who you want to become. And through fighting with logic and with fighting with discipline, doing stuff that you don't currently want to do, i.e. this, if this was down here and this was all the way up here, it means that we're taking a sacrifice short term to benefit in the long term. And that is the work of your logic, your conscious, your discipline, I guess. And you need to start treating your brain like it's a child, and you are the parental figure. You need to tell your brain, you need to tell yourself, okay, I know you want to do this, but for the sake of your health, for the sake of your own benefit, we need to start doing this. We need to start building this habit because this is better for us. I know you don't like it, but we have to do it. Just as parents guide their children, you need to guide your brain to stay focused and do the work. Changing the content you consume can improve your focus. Instead of getting up 3 hours after waking, you can stay in a productive mindset. When you learn and apply new things, your brain gets small rewards, dopamine, and that keeps you motivated. It might be less exciting than your old habits, but once your brain adjusts to this new level of dopamine, you don't need to worry. Okay, this is what I said earlier. Now, consumption. Everything we consume shapes our creativity. When you watch the work of your favorite editor, you start to pick up some of their styles and techniques, but some things can distract you and hurt your focus. Take social media, for example. It has a bad reputation, especially amongst teens, because it can really affect how we think. If you're having trouble with remembering things or coming up with new ideas, it might be because you're spending too much time on social media instead of on content that can help your editing skills. You might binge watch TikTok and not remember the last few videos, but you can easily recall a movie or a YouTube video, the story, the emotions, and what stood out to you. I can remember my favorite movies. I can remember how they go. I can remember how they made me feel. I can remember what it was like when I first watched them. But I can't tell you my 10 favorite TikTok videos. I can't tell you my 10 favorite Instagram reels because I don't remember a single one. Now that's not me saying like, oh, look at me, I'm super productive and I'm super healthy, and that's just me saying that like this is the effect of short form content. Your Twitter feed should inspire you, not just entertain you. Following pages that focuses on fights or funny memes can pull you away from what really matters. Make sure your timeline motivates you and keeps you focused on your creative goals. Many people don't realize how our experiences can affect us long term. I had classmates that used to watch so many snuff films to the point where they became completely desensitized, and that changed how they viewed the world. This is why so many people now are critical of pornography. There's a growing awareness of its lasting effects. These guys in my school, we were in like year 7, year 8, and they were already knowing about this. And if you don't know, year 7, year 8, you're like 12 years old. These like 12-year-old kids, they were on Discord, on these Discord servers with snuff films. And if you don't know what that means, that's videos of like beheading, suicide, gore. I'm probably gonna have to bleep this out, but like violent pornography. And it's like, it is so messed up because they now look at the world differently. People don't realize it, but simple stuff that you're exposed to. Me seeing a kid drop their ice cream and cry, that makes me think differently based on children. Or if you constantly expose yourself to, the bad habits around you, if you constantly see people like smoking weed, you think, oh, this is my destiny because if everyone else does it, I'm gonna eventually do it. The things that you're exposed to, the things that you consume, both like substance or like media consumption, both of this stuff can affect how you think, what you believe, and it's super sensitive and people don't realize it. It's lasting effects. Those people, those 12-year-olds that were watching those snuff films on Discord servers, they're so messed up now. Like, some of them have handled it perfectly. Like, some of them have found God and they're much happier in life, and some of them are like, because of the lasting effects of what happened when they expose themselves to that stuff, right? And that's an extreme term, but like there's a bunch of tiny things. Now, this doesn't mean that your life is going to be over if you expose yourself to the tiniest of bad things, but if you have control over what you watch, what you expose yourself to, what you consume, then control it properly. Like, actually control it. Don't just believe your brain, okay? Because your brain just wants the bad stuff. And you are supposed to control your brain. You are supposed to protect your brain. You are supposed to guide your brain. Your brain is a child and you are its guardian. Now moving on, Tiago Forte talks about a second brain, which is a way to store information without overloading your mind. If our brains can only hold so much information, why waste that space on meaningless TikTok videos? Just one video can become a gateway to breaking your focus and slowing down your editing progress. If our brains can only hold so much information for the day, why waste it on stuff we don't need? Okay? You're going to get brain fog. You are going to have foggy memory if you start filling up your brain with information you don't need, which is why people study, because they realize that if they expose themselves to the contents of their subjects for school more, if they study and they realize that all they can think about is school, they are going to be less likely to forget. They're going to be more likely to remember this information and use it for their exams. And a second example, right? Food. Food intake is a process that I've never taken seriously enough. Everyone has their own vices that were caused by some sort of experience or trauma or event in their lives. And vices are like stuff like, drugs, unhealthy eating, perfectionism, alcohol, laziness, in general, just like bad habits that hold you back from performance. Like, you're just performing well, right? My vice was always food. I've never had any addictions to vapes, drugs, alcohol, or any substance for that matter, except the sweet drug that is sugar. Foods that are sugar and carb heavy are huge vices. And that's not just for me, that's for everyone. I know this for a fact because I've gone through this journey. And if you consume it full stop, it is holding you back from so much more. And I'll explain why. Food affects so many parts of your life that you don't realize. Hair loss, focus, memory, mood, sleep, waking up from sleep, random weird muscle pains and aches. It is so incredibly powerful, and only in 2024, which is earlier this year, did feel the effects of proper eating. I always felt like I was naturally lazy or that I had ADHD, but it was always just the food that I was eating. I used to have sugar every day, whether that was from ordering food that had sugar, whether that was having one chocolate bar, whether that was like having an energy drink, no matter what, I had always had sugar or carbs. I've always, for the past, I don't know how many years, always consumed it. And only recently, in the past few months, have I completely cut it out of my system. And once you get past the whole sort of purge thing, which is essentially when your body flushes out all the sugar and stuff, you'll start to get spots, you'll get headaches, you'll feel dizzy, you'll feel tired, you won't have a lot of energy, you can't think straight. That'll happen for like 3-4 days. For me, it happened for like a week or two because it was a lot to flush out. After I did that, I would start doing intermittent fasting, and it made me feel so much happier. I could focus so much better. My work rate just got so much faster. And this is going to help you so much with getting faster at completing work, getting faster at finding success. Because if I had the worst diet in the world whilst becoming an editor and still reaching my goals of like 10K per month, then you can definitely do it too. In my first 10K month, I had a carb heavy diet. I still pulled through 1 out of 10s, which is like a YouTube performance, overly positive feedback from both clients plus the audience. But after it, I couldn't even celebrate my wins. I was so exhausted and down all the time that I spent the next month sleeping and recovering. I went from 11K per month to $0 per month. And that is because it wasn't giving me enough energy. It was giving me energy short term, but that energy wasn't directed towards work. I had too much energy for work. My dopamine levels were through the roof. It was hard for me to focus on work. I would have to exert it by just, waving around and physical activity and just looking at stuff and doing stupid activities. And although I pulled through, although I managed to find some sort of discipline in myself and some sort of just like moments of lock in, right? It took me 3 years to get to this point, but you can definitely do it. And the sugar was a huge vice. It was definitely holding me back. This entire thing, for example, this entire guide, back in the day, like not even back in the day, like a couple months ago, if you got me to do this a couple months ago, in January or February or March, right? Right now it's October, but if you get me to do this back in like March or something, it would have taken me like 2 months to get this done. I got this thing done in 6 days, right? And that's just to put it into perspective. And moving on. Now, my work output and progression rates have increased tenfold just because I've reduced my sugar intake. Sugar only takes 3 to 4 days to get out of your system. You'll feel some side effects from it, but after them, you'll feel great. You'll feel in control. You don't realize the full effect of food until you start eating properly. No eating after 10 p.m., no caffeine after 12 p.m., which is like in the afternoon, no sloppy breakfasts, either no food or it's protein, right? Now, I know that seems excessive and it seems a bit gimmicky, but just try it out. It's part of a process called intermittent fasting. Try it out, journal your progress and experience so you can find your preferences. So if you do this and you don't like it, cool. If you feel like you need to eat more food or less food, fine, right? The one thing I do is avoid sugar and carbs because that causes your brain to fog, causes your memory to fog, and causes your focus to blunten, right? And I used to be this guy where I'd be like, I'm not going to talk about food intake. That's so stupid because there's more to that than, but I only said that because I was coping. I said that because I was eating horribly. I was eating poorly. I was very overweight and very unhappy. And I'd say this during uni, which was like the worst days of my life. Uni was genuinely like the most depressing experience of my life. And I would talk about, oh, you don't need to talk about food and stuff in order to find success. But this is very important. Not only for editing, but for life. Like, fucking hell, talk about effect horizons, bro. Talk about effect. Like, if I just ate properly from the start and I never had the problem with, if I never had a vice of sugar and carbs, I could be a multi-millionaire by now. But I'm not. But that's okay. And I'm okay with that because at least I learned, right? At least I went through making that mistake and learning from it, even if it took me years to realize. And the next thing is environment. Everything in your environment, from the things on your desk to the people in your life, affects your focus. Naturally, having a bunch of items on your desk within arm's length will distract you. The second your brain disconnects with your work, it will look for the nearest thing it can occupy itself with, which is how distractions work. So if you have objects on your desk within arm's reach, you will go to grab it. If you can enter Twitter within the span of 1 second by alt-tabbing to another tab, you will start scrolling. This urge only lasts for a short duration, until you start trying to connect and focus on your work again. Apps like Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram are built for scrollability. It only takes 1 second to get you hooked and interested. Everything after that is on the perfectly regulated algorithm made to hook your brain onto dopamine chasing. So it takes 1 second to get you hooked. Everything after that is the doing of the algorithm, right? It's how they set it up. If you can make it difficult, which you should have at the beginning of this guide, if you make it difficult for you to grab something on your desk and play with, if you make it difficult for you to tab into a different monitor, I hope you unplugged any extra monitor that you may have, right? Anything that can distract you, I hope it's out of reach, okay? Because it only takes that 1 second, 1 second, okay? Which is your first mistake, to go on to something else. That 1 second can turn into hours, a whole rabbit hole, which is again, you got to think about it. Order of consequences and effect horizons. It takes 1 second to make that mistake, an effect of hours and hours of slacking off and doing nothing, and then realizing, oh, I was supposed to finish on the guide, but you know, that content is so boring. And you think this guide will be boring because you just watched a bunch of brain rotty content. You watched Mr. Beast with his a gajillion cuts per second. And now when you come back to this, something a lot more mellow, something a lot more easy and relaxing and you know, less hyperactive, you think it's boring. Okay? Which is why I tell you not to be distracted. So the best way for you to reduce the chance of this happening is by removing what comes after that 1 second. It's highly improbable to train the brain to stay focused 100% of the time for hours on end. So instead, let's focus on the more efficient technique, and that is to just remove what comes after the 1 second, right? That goes for any distractions, any social media shortcuts, bookmarks, logins. Make it as hard as possible for you to become distracted. Delay that 1 second brain fart for as long as possible so that your conscious brain can kick in and take control. So that the only thing there really is to do and the only thing for you to really focus on is editing the video. You see, if I try to go to Twitter now, it's going to take me a while. But conscious me, logical me that I want to become is going to say, hey, snap out of it. Stop going on Twitter. And it's going to, fine. I'm not going to go on Twitter. I'm going to go back to watching the guide. I'm going to go back to, you know, whatever, right? Back to editing the video. Okay? It takes that 1 second to make that mistake, but that 1 second can lead to hours and hours and hours of ordered consequences. Now, when it comes to these three things, it's simply just watch what you're exposed to, watch what decisions you make. Okay, and that's like stuff that you watch, stuff that you know, eat, right? Just decision making. You need to get better at at logical decision making, and that doesn't have to happen immediately. Okay, you can start off by taking one thing off your desk. For example, there's this AirPod case that I have on my desk that I like to just open and close and play with. Okay, I'm gonna throw that away so I don't get distracted and play with it while I'm recording. Okay, that's the first job done. That's a result. That's a good thing. Okay, now we have done the productivity protocols. We've gone through everything you need to remember before, and I know that we want to start on the fundamental startups. I want you to complete this, right? This is called Alchemy of Self. Now, this is going to sound a bit ridiculous to you, especially if you've never been exposed to any sort of entrepreneur content, if you've never been exposed to making money online, if you're a normal person, really, because, you know, it's going to sound silly, but entrepreneurs are not regular people. And that's not because, you know, they do crazy shit, but it's just because they adopt habits and they adopt language that makes them think differently. And they have to do that because they don't want to instill the wrong beliefs. If someone says, I want to be a millionaire, and their mum says, that's impossible, okay, sure, but you need to have a job, you need to be safe and stuff. That is installing limiting beliefs. And I love you, mum, but I have to become an editor. I have to make this money, right? Therefore, I need to install certain beliefs. And this is what we're going to do with something called Alchemy of Self. Now, when you get this file, you're going to see this image. It's very silly. Okay, it looks very silly. You probably recognize some of these characters, right? You probably recognize this man right here, Cristiano Ronaldo. You might recognize this man, Harvey Specter. You might recognize this man. This is Robert Downey Jr. playing as Iron Man in the first Iron Man movie. You might recognize this car, this boat, you know, this cartoon image, whatever, right? Now, what Alchemy of Self does is that what alchemy means is it was this process of turning cheap metals like copper into silver or gold and then profiting off of that to help others, to cure diseases. We are the copper. We right now are the copper. You are copper. You are somebody who wants to get to a better point of his life. We are going to turn you into gold. And with gold, you can make much better videos. You are going to entertain and properly regulate content for millions of people out there, right? Think about that. We're going to turn you from copper into gold so that you can go from someone with no place in society, somebody that doesn't do anything, into somebody that regulates, properly edits, properly produces content for people all over the world. There's a problem going on. There's a problem with fast editing. There's a problem with hyperactive editing. There's a problem with attention spans. And what I want to do is teach you how to properly edit so that you can change the world. You can change how people see editing. You can change how people see YouTube. You don't understand the power you have here. And I want to give you that power because, well, you deserve it. You've gone through enough pain to the point where you found this channel, right? And I have a very small channel. If you found this very niche channel, then you've experienced enough pain. You deserve something like this, right? You deserve to give back to people. You deserve to turn into gold, for crying out loud. So how we're going to do that is we're going to do a few things that you might think a bit silly, but it's something required. I heard this story about a coach, right? I used to believe this stuff was fake too until I heard the story about a coach. There's this guy that ran a program with 10, 20 people. He told them all to do the process of Alchemy of Self, which is basically to read this stuff to yourself every single day. This one's pretty short, this one's pretty easy, but the one that they had was much longer. It was 17 pages. And 19 of those 20 people said, I don't want to read this is too long. Or at least they tried, but they gave up because it was too difficult. They didn't do it enough. They never stuck with it. This young woman, she decided to do it. She was a coach, she wants to do this properly. She did Alchemy of Self every single day. And within 60 days, she made herself 30 grand. And that's no coincidence because she believed it was possible. She tricked her brain into believing success was real and possible and she could do it, which is what I want you to do. I can't turn you into gold. You can't turn yourself into gold unless you believe that you can turn into gold, right? So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do it with the poster image, right? Full of everything that you either want to achieve, anything that you want to, anything that inspires you, motivates you, anybody that you look up to, right? So like put it like this, right? So I'm going to explain mine. And then afterwards, I want you to create a poster using Photoshop or Canva of all the things that you want to achieve throughout your editing and all your motivations and mentors, people who inspire you and people who motivate you to keep working and creating, along with all the things that you want to have. Right? And then we're going to be filling out the worksheet. So fill out this worksheet to set your main goal, write your goal and how you'll achieve it. Read your answers out loud every morning and night. This keeps your goal clear and motivation strong. And most of all, don't hold back on your goals. If you want to make 10K a month, don't settle for 3K because it's easier or more realistic. Go for what you want. And only then will you find true motivation. Remember, things can't be more possible or less possible. It's all possible. Your goals may seem improbable to you right now, but that's only because they are your goals. With this worksheet, your goals will become beliefs and soon they'll become reality. So for example, this is just an example for what you might want. I will make $5,000 per month from editing. I'll be financially free so I can occupy my mind by chasing knowledge and advice from those ahead of me. I will get there through my hunger for progress and my motivated curiosity. I will strive to learn and become not just an adequate student of editing, but the best student my mentors will have. I will be an example to all my peers of what hard work looks like in physical form. Okay? Now, it sounds extreme, but let's be real. We want to have the best mindset. The best mindset will push us to create the best work. So it doesn't have to be just this. Like if you want to have a six-pack, if you want to prove to your parents that what you're doing is legit, whatever you want in life, right? Whatever you want to achieve, okay? How will you do it? What do you want to achieve? No. Not what do you want? What will you achieve? And how will you achieve it? Now, before we start doing that, I want to start explaining what this silly poster is, okay? So, this is mine. This is literally mine. This isn't like something I made for the sake of this guy. This is actually what my poster is. So, start up to the top to the bottom, right? I have my YouTube channel with 215,000 subscribers and a bunch of videos, right? So 215,000 subscribers. I never really wanted like 1 million or just like scraping 100K or whatever. Like I just want an audience, a substantial number of people watching my videos, and I want to upload a lot of videos, right? Okay, that's it. 215 is just a number that came to my head that says success, right? It doesn't have to be anything specific. This is somebody called Terry McGinnis, right? This is a cartoon called Batman Beyond, and this isn't about the fact that he's Batman, but he becomes Batman, and the original Batman, Bruce Wayne, is his mentor. The reason why I picked this is not because he's cool or whatever, it's because he's too cold, but it's because he had the story of redemption. See, he used to be a bad person. He used to do bad things. He used to be a troublemaker. And the reason why he risks his life every day, he's not as smart as Batman. He's not as strong. He's not as fast. He's not as rich as Batman. He's just a regular guy. But the reason why he does it is because he used to do bad things. He used to hate who he was. And now he does what he does. He risks his life because he wants to help others. He feels like this heals his heart. And I love that. I love that he's trying to change from who he was to who he wants to be. And that's what I want to do. He turned himself from copper to gold. I too want to turn myself from copper to gold. So I put him here. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. If you don't know who he is, he's the greatest footballer of all time. This is him with his 5th Champions League. And this is like unheard of levels of success. And Cristiano Ronaldo, when he was a kid, I heard stories that he didn't even like football. And then he just works hard at it. He's like 38 years old and he comes 2 hours early to training every single day. He never misses it. He has the most insane mentality, and it's something that I wish to have one day, right? Something that I will have one day. This is a school subscription, so my editing community will be free, and school is where I'll be hosting it. And one day I want to be able to have a paid community with 100K MRR, which is like making 100K per month. And I want to, course sales is just, I don't know, I just put a random number, and then I want to have like 1,000 people paying for it. This is an Audi R8. I've never really been into cars, but this is a car that I saw when I was younger, by Robert Downey Jr. And I thought it was super cool, and I really wanted it, right? And this is the only car I really want. This is somebody called Harvey Specter. He's from a series called Suits. And the reason why I have him here is not because he's super cool or whatever, but it's because of a few things that he said. He said, first of all, he said that life is this, he likes this. And he also said that the reason why he can come in late to work every single day, the reason why he can do absolutely nothing, be a complete bum and nobody will question him, is because when he started working, when he started his journey, he dominated. He beat everyone else. He outworked everybody else. He worked faster, harder, smarter than everybody else. So now when he comes in late to work, nobody questions his ability to get the work done. And I love that. I love the fact that nobody doubts him. Everyone trusts his ability to get the work done. I want that same result, right? He knew what hard work was from the beginning, and I want to have that same result. Now, this is a book called In the Blink of an Eye. It is by somebody called Walter Murch. It's been reviewed by someone called Francis Coppola. These are both very famous directors in film. I'm a big fan of films, and this is a book that I actually took a lot of teachings from. And I one day would like to write a book on editing or about business, right? And it's why I have it here. This is a yacht. I don't really care for yachts, but I do want to get my parents a yacht one day so that they can travel around the world and retire. This is Robert Downey Jr. from the first Iron Man film. Now, is it because I love Marvel? Is it because I love Iron Man? No. It is because he too turned himself from copper into gold. You see, he was a rich, arrogant prick, billionaire prick. He sold weapons. He was a terrorist. And then he went through an experience that traumatized him and made him realize that what he does is bad. And he decided to shut down the one thing making him money. He shut down the weapons divisions in his company. He decided to focus on protecting people. He decided to focus on medical equipment. He turned from copper to gold, and I want that. This is a flat. I want to be able to move out one day and live freely, have this open floor apartment that screams success to people. I just want to be alone for a bit, right? This is somebody called Charlie Morgan. He's the person that introduced me to the entire idea of belief systems, and he makes like $1 million a month from coaching, consulting, and he's like one of the people that I consume content from. This is an office. I want to have my own office one day. I want to be able to move into an office with my closest business partners and friends, because I remember the first time I stepped into an office that my cousin owned, and I thought this is the coolest thing ever, and one day I want to have this for myself. We'll see. Obviously it says 100k per month here. I kind of moved over that, but yeah, I want to be able to say that I can make the top 1% of UK earners and say I do that in a month, not a year, not a quarter, but in a month. And I don't really care for the money, honestly. Like once you start making money, you stop really caring for it, and you just want the status of it. You just want the message to say, this is what I've achieved by like law of attraction, by pure nature. You are going to respect me. You're going to see 100k per month. That guy's put in a lot of work. I respect him. This is a guy called Sam Ovens. He actually started this whole alchemy of self. He's actually he was the mentor of Charlie Morgan. This is like the godfather of coaching and consulting. And I love watching his videos. And there's some point where I show somewhere in this guide where you're going to see my YouTube recommended, and you're going to see half of it is him. Business Insider. I've seen 2 editors. This is by the way how successful you can be with editors. I've seen 2 editors be published on Business Insider. This isn't like film editors or like really top crazy 1% editors. These are editors that I know, editors that I talk to, editors that I was friends with. They have their own Business Insider article, and I want that for myself. Forbes 30 under 30. I want to be on Forbes 30 under 30 because this further pushes my message that I put out there. This sort of status of success. And finally, the final image is Arsenal box tickets. So I like football. Okay, I've been watching football since I was like 10 years old, and I know how expensive it is to get one ticket to a game. So I want to be able to buy box office, like the nicest tickets you can possibly get. And I want to do that not only because I get to watch my team, but it's because, again, it stands for something. It says that look at where I'm at now, look at where I used to be, right? This is what I can do because of my hard work. These are all sort of statement pieces, right? This all motivates me to turn myself from copper into gold. What I want you to do is find anything. It can be as silly as you want. I don't give a shit. It could be full of cartoon characters that motivate you. Because truth is, like, Doesn't matter if it's a cartoon. Like I have a cartoon character here, right? I have a guy from a Marvel film here. I have Ronaldo up here. You would think that I'm like an 8-year-old kid. Do whatever you want. Don't pick something because it looks cool and mature. Pick something that you know will motivate you. Something that really digs deep into here, right? And then I want you to write your affirmations. I want you to write what you want to achieve, how you'll achieve it, right? And do it here. Whatever you want. And it can be as long as you want, because the current Alchemy of Self that I go through right now is like 17 pages long. It is very long, but I understand that not everybody wants to do it. But if you do, you can search up on Google Sam Ovens Alchemy of Self, and there'll be a PDF right there for you. But to start off, let's go through this, right? Now, we have officially finished the first 2 parts. We finished the productivity protocols, the Alchemy of Self. We can finally start here, right? We can finally start with our editing, right? We can finally learn about how to set up our editing brand, how to become an editor, how to everything else, okay? But the reason why I showed you this first is because I can't get you to find success in editing if you don't believe you can do it yourself. I did all of this because I want you to start realizing that everything, when people say the world is your oyster, it is your oyster. When people say success is possible, it is possible. And I did this to make you realize that it is possible, to make you realize that you can do something with your life. So before we get into editing, I wanted to cover that. Okay? And if you're watching this now, if you've just skipped this point of the chapter where it says like, okay, let's just learn some editing, go back. If you're like, I don't care who you are, go back, and I want you to listen to this, because this is going to change the way you think, the way you approach stuff, how fast you work, because this is important. Now, if you have watched it, we can now begin. So, how this works is we're going to have brand setup starting off, and then we're going to talk about the software that you pick. Then we're going to talk about storytelling, then visual design and visual effects and animations. And then we're going to be talking about sound design, branded content, portfolio, and then the evergreen scaling method. Now, let's just start off now with the brand setup. So, under brand setup, we are going to be talking about platform selection. We're going to be talking about sticking with one profile picture. We're going to be talking about a clear and communicable bio. And we're going to talk about how it's the soul of your business. Now, I've also designed this, by the way, for you to not even watch the guide. The guide is going to be so much more helpful if you feel like you're lost. But after the guide, once you've watched this entire thing, you can now go free about your day, and you can just come back to this and understand it whenever. I've guided, I've marked everything. So the dark boxes, they're definitions. They're term definitions. This is dialogue and guide narration. This is what gets you to understand and to follow the story of each section. You can see there's a lot of purple on the screen. This is cons, or like, you know, in pros and cons, or negatives. And this is pros and positives. So we can see here, pros, cons, right? Cons, pros. And then we have bonus or fun facts, right? But it's more so just like bonus things that you really need to know. Let's actually start, okay? I'm yapping a bit. Let's start. So first off, platform selection. Now we can see here that we've got Instagram, Upwork, Fiverr, Twitter, or X, I guess. Now, the thing with this is that people will think that there's probably other things you can find it on. People talk about setting up a personal brand on YouTube. I didn't include that because I think, I really don't think the idea of YouTube is good at all. Like, starting up your own channel and trying to talk about editing whilst trying to grow in editing makes no sense. By all means, document your journey. That's great, okay? I get that. But take pictures, write down notes and stuff, okay? Posting videos, editing those videos to other editors while you're still trying to learn is counteractive. Because although it's great that people are following you on your journey and you love that, and I love that for you, but that's taking away time and attention from actually landing clients. There's a lot of problem solving that has to be done, and nobody takes problem solving into account. People assume that, oh, I can make X amount of money by then. Oh, this person made 10K within a year of editing. That means I can do it. But if you start doing other stuff like YouTube, that's going to take you longer to get to 10K per month. Okay? Because you don't take into account that there's things that you're going to have to solve, some things that come really unexpected. Maybe something outside of editing causes you to slow down. And don't start up things that are going to purposely slow you down anyways. And that's stuff like making YouTube content. So with Instagram, I've seen a lot of people use this. You can post work. You can it's a mainstream platform, meaning all creators are on there. And it's easy direct message. People can easily DM you. There's no like problems like Upwork and Fiverr. But the cons of it is that you can't post long form, which is where you get paid more on long form than you do with short form. It's harder to be explored, and there's lower paying clients. Okay, I've seen that. Like I've seen editors do experiments on this, and they realize they don't really land the best clients on here. They land these sorts of like people who are starting up their channel, people starting up their personal brand or entrepreneurship, whatever, and they get lower paying clients. And Instagram is a lot harder to work with, and it's not really the main congregation of editors and creators. Now, moving on to Upwork. Pros: ocean of clients. There's a lot of clients on there, and it is pretty difficult to fail. However, there's a lot of cons that come with this. They are low-paying clients. This is not a mainstream platform. Creators and like editors, they don't just hang out here. Okay? Can you see someone like Dan TDM, KSI, or can you see like Mr. Beast? Can you see Ryan Trahan? Can you see like Eric hanging out on Upwork every day? No. They'll go on stuff like Twitter and Instagram. Okay? It's not mainstream. It's an overload of work. You do so much for little pay. It's poor SEO system. So search engine optimization. It is difficult to find you. Difficult navigation. It's hard to go around the website. It's not a long-term thing. And I've experienced both of these things, Upwork and Fiverr, not at the beginning of my career, but when I started getting so desperate for money, I couldn't land clients. I would go to here and realize this was a mistake. And it's the same thing with Fiverr. There's an ocean of clients, but it's low paying. It's not mainstream. Like you won't see people like Mr. Beast and KSI and all these big creators, right, hanging out on Fiverr. And the reason why I mention names like that is because you need to think of the people the most likely to be on stuff like Upwork and Fiverr. And if they aren't, you know, you got to think about both ends of the scale is what I'm trying to say. You can't think about, I can land clients. You got to think about long term. What about big clients? Are big clients on Fiverr? No, because they pay more than pennies on the dollar. They pay big dollars. And the best part about it is if you're from like a third world country, if you're from a poorer country, if you go to Fiverr and Upwork, you'll get paid what you can get paid for a regular job in your country. But if you go to stuff like Twitter, if you start working with proper YouTubers and creators, you make American money. And this benefits me too, because I found out that Americans get paid so much more than Brits, right? So I love American money. I can't remember the last time I used the word Great British Pounds, right? I love American money. I love the sweet, sweet dollar. And you find that over on Twitter. See, Twitter, you can post your work. It's a mainstream platform. There's easy direct messaging. You can post long form. It is very easy to find clients. It is easy for you to be explored and found by clients. You can find both low to high paying clients. You can find any sort of clients there. But the cons is it's difficult to grow a following, and it's very easy to get distracted on it. Okay? Now, the best part about these cons is that we learn how to solve this. It is hard. It is hard to stop being distracted, believe me. And growing a following isn't our priority. Okay? Now, with Instagram, it is easier to grow. Twitter, it is harder, but we don't care about growth. You see, one of the mistakes I made was focusing on growth, focusing on Twitter numbers and stuff like that. Man, I used to get so demotivated when a post wouldn't get more than 80 likes or 100 likes. So I would delete it. So now you can only see like a handful of posts from me because I used to delete all of my old ones when they wouldn't do well or when somebody posted a bad comment. Okay? We are going to be using Twitter or X, I guess. Now that we've picked Twitter, we're moving on to the next part that you need to remember is sticking with one profile picture. You see, I changed my profile picture 6 times throughout my career, and it was also the biggest hidden mistake in my career. So this was me back in 2021. This is me posting. So like you won't see this post because I deleted it, and I deleted like all of my old posts, right? I had a bot delete it. This is me my name was Bayou. Okay, I was a content editor. And this is me saying, what in the flop is this bump? It's 15, right? So you can see I was obviously chasing the Twitter numbers. I was very insecure about that. 43 views. This is my first profile picture. Then I changed my name to Danny, which is normal, except I thought I was funny with the way this is really cringe. This is the way I spelt it. 17 years old, editor, film, MF, like motherfucker. And then I had a private account, which was not a good idea. And then this is me promoting my cousin's song instead of like promoting my own portfolio, which is super stupid, right? So I made a lot of mistakes, as you can see. This is my second profile picture. This is my third profile picture. This was from one of my favorite films. It's called After Hours. Another one of my favorite films. So editor, film and TV, working with Big Boy Dumb and Foot Crunch. So at least I had my clients in my bio. I stopped promoting my cousin's song and I started promoting my portfolio, my Behance portfolio. You can see here Bio VFX, which is what I used to have, right? Now, number 4, Danny Film. This was from Taxi Driver. It's more film stuff, right? Number 5 was this. This was like around late 2022, so December. I actually posted a show reel with this logo, and I finally changed my name to dannyrio. And then this is my next one. I hired a designer for $200 to make this and a banner and like a bunch of other stuff. And I scrapped it 3 weeks later to what I have now, which is back to the good old, you can see here the pink and orange, and I have it now with me holding a camera, right? And I had this from 700 followers to 2,500, right? Now, the reason this is a problem is because of something called pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is the ability to spot repeating ideas, shapes, or trends to understand things faster. So, for example, when someone keeps the same profile picture, people get used to it. This creates a mental shortcut, a form of pattern recognition. Every time your profile picture pops up on their feed, it triggers an emotional reaction, reminding them of who you are and the relationship they've mentally built with your brand. So kind of like a parasocial relationship. So when you change your profile picture, you break that pattern. Even though they logically know it's still you, emotionally it feels like they're meeting a new person. The connection isn't as strong because their brain is now rebuilding that pattern from scratch. Everything you've done prior to that change slowly fades away. And everything you do from now on, every public action, every tweet you make becomes the new you. Now, you may think of your profile picture, changing your profile picture as refreshing, but to your audience, so both clients and editors, it's a disruption that causes them to rethink how they feel about you. Not like it's a crime, but you lose all that momentum of positive parasocial relationships people have built with your profile. Now, you're going to notice me talking about building followers isn't important, but you want to think about the editors and clients that both follow you. Now, the reason why I say this is because if you chase followers, you're going to chase low quality followers that offer you nothing. And you're going to start chasing dopamine and you're going to lose focus of your actual goal. But the reason why I say to focus on editors and creators and the way they connect with your brand is because, well, creators, they get you a job. Like editors, they get you a job. Like, it's good to network with editors, and I'll explain how to network later, but I've gotten so many good job offers to work with genuinely some of the top 1% editors because of other editors. I think I've landed better clients from networking and being outsourced than I did landing clients on my, like, well, not all of them, but I landed some of the top 1% because I've networked with some of the top 1%. A lot of them have been NDAs, unfortunately. And if you don't know what NDAs are, it's like non-disclosure agreements. I'm not legally allowed to tell you who they hooked me up with, but like, just take my word for it. You wanna have a good relationship with editors because they can get you good jobs. And they can only give you good jobs if they think you're good at your job, like good at what you do. And to help this, we want to make sure that we stay with one profile picture. So yeah, you may think it's refreshing, but believe me, I have a friend who I've known since 2020. We both got into editing at the same time. He's stuck with his profile picture to this day. And he talks about branding all the time. And everybody loves his brand. And everybody connects with it because they know what his profile picture means to them every single time they see it pop up on their feed, on their YouTube, on Twitter, on wherever. When they see that profile picture, they get all those feelings. I had to reset that thing 6 times. 6 times I had to reset it. Okay? And I don't think I'm changing it for a long time. Moving on from profile pictures, we want to focus on our bio. Okay? So whilst you're watching this, if you're setting up your Twitter, or maybe if you're thinking about changing your Twitter, or if you're checking to see if your Twitter's right, okay, go along with me on this. Clear and communicable bio. Your bio is a subtle yet important detail when it comes to client engagement. Try not to overcomplicate or sound smart. Simple is sweet. I see this mistake a lot. You see, look at this. This is an example. I did inspect Element. I didn't actually publish this. This is like the general bio that I see from a lot of editors. Generated 10 million plus leads for my B2B service clients. Book a call to work with me here. and then like it's a Calendly link. Now, the problem with this is that it's confusing. It uses buzzwords for the sake of using buzzwords, and Calendly links demand intimate conversation for work. Like, we don't need to tell them this, and we don't need to use the term B2B service clients, right? That feels like it's being like clients are being reduced. And I get it. Some of these people with these bios, these editors with their bios, they want to target entrepreneurs. But we're not here to target entrepreneurs. We're here to target creators, because creators, their job is YouTube. Their job isn't to build a product. Their job isn't to create a funnel. Their job isn't to become a coach. Their job is to make good videos. And they understand to make good videos, they need good editors. And to get good editors, they need to pay good money. Whereas entrepreneurs, they're going to use YouTube to funnel into their product, which is their main income. So if they fail their YouTube, it's fine. They have their product. YouTubers cannot fail their YouTube because they only have it. This is how they make their money. So they understand that investing in a good editor is a good idea. Whereas entrepreneurs, they think you grow on trees, by the way. Like I've seen the way some entrepreneurs talk about editors. They think editors grow on trees. They couldn't give a shit if you quit or not, which is why we're going to focus on creators, which is why to focus and target creators, we want to avoid using buzzwords. Keep it simple. So this is a conceptual bio. Editor, 70 million plus views. Sharky, Nico Milana, so my client list, and then my portfolio link. So you want to put editor because it clearly indicates editor. We don't need to complicate it. We don't need to sound smart, okay? We don't impress clients by sounding smart. We impress clients by getting results. It's simple. It has a portfolio link. It has past clients. That establishes credibility. It has statistics, establishing status. And by status, I mean like it says where you're at in your career. So there's going to be a lot of editors who have like 200, 300 million views in their bio. But the problem with this is that it will be shorts. So my 70 million plus views are from long form content. And long form content is harder to get views on. Short form is pretty easy. So when an editor will do, let's say for example, they have one video that's a short on their portfolio and 4 videos that are long form. If all the videos that are long form have 20K, 30K, 35K, 14K views on them, so 14,000, 35,000, your status isn't 200 million views that you got from that one YouTube short. Your status is you get the tens of thousands of views, right? That is your status. So statistics, establishing status. Past clients, establishing credibility. So they want to know with how big of... I've landed a lot of high-paying clients because I've worked with other high-paying clients. Having a client list in here will help all this. Like if you think that you don't want to put in clients in your bio because, you know, they're not the top 1% of YouTubers, that's like, it doesn't have to be the top 1%. You see, we're here to climb. Don't focus on the, like, trying to reach the end goal, okay? Let's just focus on solving the next problem. Let's put in clients in our bio. Even if they have 100 subscribers, we put them in. Even if they have 1,000 subscribers, we put them in. 10,000, well, it doesn't matter what it is. Put clients in your bio. Establish your status. Establish credibility. This is simple. Portfolio. Go straight to your portfolio. You remember I didn't do this earlier. It took me up until 400 followers in, and this is, bear in mind, like a year in. This is a year. It took me a year to put my portfolio in my bio. Like, you know, put your portfolio in. That's the best conversion thing. Like, that's the best way to convert a client. Do this. It is simple. It is easy. I know how tempting it is to use fancy words to make you look smart and more impressive, but for the sake of closing and converting, keep it simple. It's the soul of your business. No matter how they find you, your Twitter will always be the end destination. Now, we start with Twitter, and it's going to go to our portfolio. They're going to click the portfolio link, look at our portfolio, look at our work, and then go back to Twitter to DM us, to work together. Or they can find us in a Discord server and then go to our profile, see our Twitter, then go to our portfolio, and then go back to our Twitter. Or they'll find us on Discord server, go to our portfolio, and then go to Twitter, right? Because the portfolio will have a call to action that tells you to DM you on Twitter. Twitter's the soul of your business. You need to make sure that you take care of it. We're not going to have multiple platforms. We have one, Twitter, okay? And then it says end, right? So this means it's the end of the first part of setting up our brand on Twitter. Now it's time to move on to software selection. So the ones that we're going to be going over It's Premiere, After Effects, DaVinci Resolve, CapCut. So first of all, we're going to go over Premiere Pro. We're going to go over the pros. So it's popular, high creative ceiling, and it's got the hardest learning curve. Cons, it's most expensive. And I know you're probably confused by how is a harder learning curve a pro? I'll explain that later. Number 2, After Effects. So the pros, popular, highest creative ceiling, great for creating visual sequences, hard learning curve. Cons, expensive, not made for editing, limited audio editing, which is important. And it's not totally necessary for scaling and success. It helps, not totally necessary. Moving on, DaVinci Resolve. The pros, it's free and it's got the best CC functions, like color correction functions. The cons of it is that it's not as popular. It is kind of popular, but it's not as popular, especially amongst editors, as Premiere Pro. The problem with that is that if you ever want to download a project file, if you ever want to learn from a tutorial, if you ever want to get tips, or if you want to get render errors, or if you want to like fix errors, you have editors around you to help you, editors online to help you. And if you pick DaVinci Resolve, you are not, it's not going to be as easy to get that kind of access, because almost everybody has Premiere Pro. At some point, you're going to make the change. Like I can guarantee, I've seen it before, people make the change, right? And then second of all, it is a easy learning curve. And the problem with that is that it is easy to learn DaVinci. However, when something is easy to learn, it is not worth it in the long term. So the reason why I put hard learning curve in the pros for After Effects and Premiere is that if it's hard to learn first, that means you know it's going to help you long term. Remember the effect horizons. If it's painful at first, it benefits you long term, right? DaVinci Resolve, easy learning curve, shorter creative ceiling. And then finally we have CapCut. Pros, free, popular. Cons, easiest learning curve, not professional standard, not built for full-length YouTube videos, right? This is not what we're going to be focusing on, right? After looking at my options on learning curves, I'm sure you have a few questions. Easier learning curves mean that the software is easier to learn, yeah. And you can learn it faster, yeah. But long term, that means that there's not a lot to uncover with that software, limiting your creative and technical abilities. Harder learning curves are harder to learn, yes. And if there's evidence of you being impatient with learning curves in the past, it can be annoying, yes. But there's much more to learn, much more to uncover when it comes to your software's creative and technical potential. Which means that if it's hard for you to learn, that means there's a lot to learn, which is good. Which means you becoming a good editor in the long term, in the future, is more likely, like there's a higher ceiling, higher creative ceiling for you to do your work, for you to become better than there would with like stuff like CapCut or DaVinci Resolve. Now, after review, Premiere is the best option for you long term. Although it'll cost quite a bit to get, it's an expense that you can make within 2 months of editing. This is a coaching client that landed a client within 2 weeks of editing for $50. In 2 months, you'd for sure have enough money to pay it back. Just imagine what you could do in 12 months. So this is somebody that I've helped with editing, and in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, he landed $50 per video, or 50 euros per video. It costs you like 200 a year. 200 a year to get Premiere Pro. Within 2 weeks, he landed a client that can give him 4 videos to pay off his Premiere. Do you know how much money you could make within a year? Okay, and this is starter level. When I started, I was getting paid like $10 per video. Okay, before that, when I was editing Fortnite videos, it was pennies on the dollar, literal pennies. But now it has never been easier, and you can make your Premiere money back immediately. You can make that expenses back immediately. So imagine what you could do in 12 months if this is what he did within 2 weeks. Imagine what you could do in 12 months. Okay, now we're moving on from software selection onto storytelling. Now I want you to listen up on this one, because this one is pretty tricky, right? When I started off, I was big into film and I didn't really know a lot, but turns out I knew more than what most editors did. Now that's not to brag, that's just because I had a lot of applicable knowledge that I could transfer from like hobbies, all the content that I've consumed, all the information I've consumed. I can now transfer that onto my life of editing. And I realized that storytelling was always a bit of a mystery to people. Hayden Hillier-Smith, he's a big YouTuber based on editing. He's very knowledgeable. He's brilliant. But I think there's a lot of fundamentals that people need to understand first so that storytelling can be less scary. You see, storytelling is so big and it's so beautiful and so much to learn about, but when there's so much, when something is so big, it becomes scary. So what I want to do is to just sort of make it smaller for you so you understand what to focus on first. So in storytelling, we're going to be learning about terms and techniques you're going to hear: avatar creation, exposition, retention, cutting, Walter Murch's rule of 6. Okay? First of all, terms and techniques. So the first one we have is narrative. Your narrative is your story, and your story is the footage that the client gives you. When you land a client, when you work with somebody, they're going to give you footage, MP4 files, right? And when you import that into your timeline, that entire timeline of raw uncut footage is the story, right? That is the story, and a story is a narrative. Storytelling. Your footage is the story. Tell it in a way that would make your audience actually watch and engage. You're indirectly speaking to them. Hence, storytelling. There's a lot that would go on with the word storytelling, and when you start to talk with other editors, a lot of them, especially bigger editors, will tell you, don't focus on storytelling, focus on story showing. Now, I don't think they quite understand it. I understand the idea, like you're more creative, less lazy with your work. I want you to think of it like this. This is your time to shine. This is your time to speak to thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And when I tell you that, you probably don't think much of it because I don't know, I can get 100,000 views on a TikTok, right? I don't care. TikToks don't change people. There's no depth to it. No one cares. With longer videos, especially with great editing, you can speak to hundreds of thousands of people. Do you know how much that is? The Super Bowl stadium, the capacity is 65,000. You get 130,000 views, you're speaking to 2 full Super Bowl stadiums. You get 650,000 views on a video, which is like a bit over 500,000. You're speaking to 10 Super Bowl stadiums, hundreds of thousands of people that you are telling the story to them. Imagine it like this. You have a book, right? You have a book you're reading to people, right? Listen to this story that I'm going to tell you, right? And then you start reading a book in nursery, in kindergarten, in like schools for younger children, right? They're going to have this with like 10, 15, maybe 30 kids on the floor. Imagine 100,000 people in front of you waiting for you to tell your story, right? Like, people don't realize the weight, how incredible. That's not even pressure. That's like, you can definitely do that. You can be an incredible editor, like no doubt about it. I don't care who you are. You can be an incredible editor. Now, I know that's a bit dramatic, but I want you to really understand this storytelling and why I'm so passionate about it. Now, moving on to pacing. Pacing is the rate of speed in which the narrative unfolds. For example, The Hobbit was a story that lasted 7 years. But with good pacing and narrative weight, J.R.R. Tolkien, the author, covered the story within 6 hours of reading time. Imagine when the client sends you the footage. That footage is, well, that 7 years that The Hobbit took place. You won't include that entire 7 years. No one's going to watch your video for 7 years. You need to pace it so that enough context is provided and enough growth is built so that the audience can emotionally engage with it, right? That's the point. That's what pacing is, right? So when it comes to like stuff like duration, pacing can be like, how quickly did you cover an entire story? How quickly did you cover a sequence? How quickly did you cover a scene? How quickly did you cover an interaction, right? How quickly did you cover X? And the faster you go, the less time there is to process, the less engaging they are, with it. But sometimes you can go too long and you can bore them, and then they lose that momentum of engagement, of emotional investment, right? Or sometimes you'll include include parts of the video that have no narrative weight. Say, for example, someone does a vlog video. They talk about, okay, guys, we're at Walmart. I'm about to go shop. What, blah, blah, blah. They shop at Walmart. They buy their stuff. And then all of a sudden, you cut from them buying this stuff to them putting on their seatbelt, talking to their cameraman, like they're not even like focusing on filming, they just have the camera on, and you just leave this weird part in where he's just talking about random stuff like, oh man, I'm super hungry, do you want to go somewhere before we continue filming? And he puts on a seatbelt, and then you cut to the next part. Someone's like, what was that? That has no narrative weight. How did that part of him talk about how he's hungry to his cameraman and putting on a seatbelt? How does that add to the story? They lose interest because there's no narrative weight to that. And that will kill the overall pacing of the video, because you could have covered that story a lot more adequately had you cut out stuff like, you know, putting on the seatbelt. Hey man, I'm hungry, blah, blah, blah. And if you put in these like pointless interactions too much in the video, they get bored, you drag the video, retention goes down, pacing is horrible and stuff like that. And that's essentially what pacing is, okay? It gets a bit more complicated as you try to advance, but pacing is very simple. And the best part about this is you know how to edit. Like, you may have never actually edited on software before, but you've consumed so much content on YouTube, you know how to edit. You've watched so many YouTubers and how they've edited their videos, you know how to cut. You know how to cut when there's dead space. You've seen people cut in between. You've probably watched cuts in this video, right? You can watch this video and see, okay, this is how he cuts it because maybe he made a mistake, or maybe because that take wasn't good enough, or maybe because, you know, this or that. I've watched tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of YouTube videos. I started watching YouTube in 2008 when I was 4 years old. 2008. I am a fossil. I am a living, breathing fossil. I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, and that was my first point of knowing how to edit. It was consuming so much content, I got a good idea of it. I knew when to have raw moments. I knew when to have general dialogue. I knew how to pace dialogue. I knew how to pace emotional moments. I knew how to pace suspense. I knew how to pace certain things because of so much YouTube, like so many YouTube videos that I've watched. And you're the same. Like, you may not be as psychotic and as weird as I was, and probably still am, because I've watched hundreds of thousands of YouTube videos. But point is, you've still watched a lot. And I know that because, like, let's be real, who hasn't? But because of all that consumption, because of all that exposure, all of that content you've exposed yourself to, you know how to cut. Now, contrast. Contrast is the resulting impact of difference/opposition between two or more elements that make them stand out when compared. These elements can be color, size, texture, tone, pacing, anything really. So let me put it this way. So I know that pacing is a bit different to these, because these are more design, this is more like editing. So let me start with pacing. What I mean by that, you can have something called a deviated cut. I like to call it a deviated cut. It's general, just like pattern interruption. But let's say you have, and I've said this many times, but let's say you have like sharp cuts, fast cuts. This is dialogue, yapping, yap. So this is like yapping dialogue or whatever. And then all of a sudden on the timeline, there's this long video. The audio starts over here, right? So then when somebody's watching this cutting, this pacing is contrasting to this pacing. Because look at these cuts. They cut here and here and here. So if there was like another one here, right? But the cut, there should be a cut somewhere here, right? Sorry, if there's one over here, there should be one over here, but there's not. So what's with all this dead space? This is contrast in cutting, contrasting in pacing. So another thing, you see how the background of this Figma file is white? Well, this box is dark gray. It is contrasting. This pops out from this, which is, I made this color because it pops out from this. It is easier to read. The white on this text is popping out from the gray box, which makes them stand out. It's easier to read. Okay? This red contrasts to this green. They are literally opposing each other on the color wheel. Like this can go too with emotion, right? The most important part of editing is the emotion, and a lot of people will focus on contrast for the sake of emotion. Now, what I mean by this is, it doesn't have to be, when people think of emotion, they'll think crying, laughing, sadness, happiness. Like, you'll go for like the easiest ones to think of, cool, but emotions go beyond that. You can be focused, you can be curious, you can be motivated, you can be it's just like simply very entertained, right? There's so many like different emotions we don't realize that we feel, that we do feel when we watch videos. So we don't have to think of like the most extremes. Let's think of something very basic. So very basic. Let's say you're editing a gaming video, because gaming is pretty standard and it's easy to get into and it's fun and It makes a lot of money, right? So let's say you're editing a gaming video and you're editing for a client and him and his friends are playing GTA 5. And in GTA 5, they say, let's keep it peaceful today, right? On this GTA Online servers, let's keep it peaceful. Let's do this. And then it cuts to midway whilst he's talking. It cuts to him and his friends shooting each other, blowing each other up with tanks, sheer chaos, fast cutting, loud music, right? The tone of the editing will be going from calm, as in, guys, let's relax today, let's stay peaceful, and then bang, the tone changes. They're screaming at the top of their lungs. They're screaming at each other, swearing at each other, shooting each other with guns in GTA, blowing each other up with tanks in GTA, arguing, fighting, beating each other with their fists in GTA. You have all this fast cutting, the crazy effects, the zoom ins to make things a bit more dynamic and intense, a little less digestible, a little more overwhelming, because we're supposed to have this sort of theme of chaos, right? That's contrasting. You've just made the contrast cut of peaceful to chaotic. And you'll see this in like plenty of YouTube videos, plenty of like films, like contrast cutting, right? We know how it goes, right? It's just opposing or very, very, very different, like very obviously different. Okay, now moving on, we have dramatic irony. There'll be times in films and videos where the audience knows some bits of information that one of the characters within the realm of the video does not know. For example, in the Sidemen's hide and seek videos, there are plenty of moments where the editors create tension in the moment when the seeker is close to a hider. We know that they're close, but the seekers don't. So this part of a video in a Sidemen, I just searched up Sidemen hide and seek, and I got to a point where one of them was close. This took me like a couple of seconds to find because dramatic irony is pretty common, right? So we can see here this is like the captions. If you can't see, you might have to zoom in because it's pretty small. Look, go down there. No one's there. So JJ here says that there's no one there. And then this woman, Lauren, says they were literally close, I guess. I could see JJ's feet right next to me. So you'll have to watch the video for context, but just from these captions, we can tell that JJ's here, Lauren's here, and we can see she's in some sort of weird tube, right? We can tell from this sort of cylinder background, she could be in there. So she's right there. I remember watching the video, she was there. The editors pointed it out. This is creating tension. This is dramatic irony. We know Lauren is in this little tube, hiding, but JJ doesn't. We know something JJ doesn't. We know that he's there. That's tension. That's creating tension, right? And tension's good because it gets us tense. That gets us emotional. And when we put emotion into something, right? When we start investing our emotions into something, we start getting connected and engaged, and we start getting attached to it, right? We start getting attached to this video, and we do that via emotion, right? That's how people get high retention, not from these gimmicky things, but emotion. So stuff like this, okay, dramatic irony, when we know something that the person in the video doesn't, dramatic irony, right? Now, next we have mood/tone, right? So mood and tone are two words you'll often hear, and they get mixed up from time to time. Tone is how the editor/creator feels about the subject, or what emotion they're trying to convey to the audience. It's how we communicate. Remember, storytelling, we're trying to communicate to the audience. We're trying to tell them the story properly. Like, listen to how I talk, right? It's not just monotone. It's not like mood and tone are the two words you're going to hear, and they're going to mix up from time to time. Tone is, I'm going to have a bit more variety in my tone because I want you to feel different things when I talk. When I speak slower, I want that to stick with you. I want that to impact how you think. I want that to sit with you. I want that to resonate with you. I want you to think about that and think about what I'm saying. I want you to let that settle in. But if I'm talking fast, it means I'm usually covering something obvious or something just general or something that you can just read on yourself, which is like when I'm reading here, mood and tone are two words you'll often hear, and they often get mixed up from time to time. I'm trying to speak to my audience the same way that you do in editing, right? You don't realize it, but you're doing the same thing in editing. And tone is how we do that, right? So remember, the tone here, the editor edited it to make it intense on purpose. They created tension with dramatic irony. That's the tone. Mood is the feeling of the video itself, the atmosphere. It doesn't come from an actual person, it comes from external factors like setting, dialogue, and pacing. For example, if two people in the video are arguing, the mood is tense. If I create tension from just raw footage, that's tone, that's coming from me. I want you to feel tense. But if the general mood of the video is tense, that's because of something, not because something I did, something that characters within the realm of the video did. Next, we create an avatar, right? So after storytelling, we've covered everything we need to, like the general terms that we need to know when we're jumping into this, when we're trying to tell our story to the audience, right? Next up, we want to create an avatar. So when working with a creator for the first time, create a profile of your audience. Try to imagine who is watching your video. So who's this video meant for? What's their age? What are their hobbies? What are their parents like? Do they make good money? Are they happy? Right? Profile. So, what does this kid look like? Okay, is he tall? Is he short? Is he like rich or something? Like, is like his parents rich? Okay, or maybe it's not like a child. Maybe it's someone more adult, right? Maybe it's like someone who's 20, someone who's 30, someone who's 40, 50, right? Device. What device are they watching this on? If it's a kid, are they watching it on the iPad that their parents bought them? If it's a kid, is he watching on his dad's computer that his dad gives him after he's finished with work? Position whilst they're watching, and where are they watching it? I can imagine you're sort of kind of laid back because it is going to be a long video, but you're not laid back to the point where you don't care. You're still leaned in enough to the point where, like, I'm not telling you how to do it, but this is just what I imagine what you're doing right now. So for you, if you're editing a video, like a Roblox video, Roblox is usually meant for younger kids. So your audience could be little Timmy, 6-7 years old. He's watching it on his iPad right now because he's waiting for his dad to get off his computer so he can give him his computer, his work computer, to play Roblox. So right now he's watching his favorite creator on his iPad, sitting like this, like sitting in like a really awkward position. Like, how this iPad kids do. That could be what you imagine, right? So the reason why we do this is because when we start making like certain decisions in editing, when we start making certain creative decisions, we want to make it so we know exactly who's watching, why they're watching, and we want to make sure that every single decision we make is suited for them. It is suited for their liking. It is tailored towards their enjoyment. Because like some people, if it's like an 18-year-old watching a video, but your avatar was for like a 7-year-old, okay, he might not like it, but the intended audience that the creator wants to target towards is going to really like it. So now this YouTuber grows because you've targeted the right audience. It is important to know this. This doesn't have to be every single time you edit a video, like, because realistically, if you just work with a new client, you want to think of that. And you don't have to write it down. You don't have to, create a journal. You don't have to like create an entire document. Just think of it in your head. It takes a couple of seconds. So for example, like I can say, okay, Mies, he's from the Netherlands. He's got like dirty blonde hair. He's relatively skinny. He's got a bit of a dodgy accent, but he tries his best and he learns English. But more importantly, he wants to learn editing, and he learns editing like that, right? And he is 13 years old. Little Mies, he's 13 years old. He wants to do it. He doesn't know how, but he's watching this video right now. So like that's just an example. And I can imagine him watching this at his desk with his gaming headset on, with his keyboard and mouse that he got, with his PC that he used to use from his gaming days, but he now uses for the sake of editing, right? That's what I imagine. Like that's just something that I made up on the spot. And you can do the same thing every single time you land a new client. And you want to ask him, when it comes to landing a new client, you want to ask him, so who do you imagine watching this video, right? Can you give me a bit of an idea? So maybe he can see that you understand that creating avatars is important, right? He understands that, okay, this guy gets it. He's not just editing videos. He's making sure that my audience likes it. And if my audience likes it, it's going to get pushed to more people like said audience, like the avatar, right? So, ask your client if you can get some good idea of who they're targeting, and then make that, because you don't want to make the mistake of making an avatar just to realize your client had a completely different person in mind. So yeah, let's move on to the exposition. When starting with a new video, try to cover the following topics as quickly as possible, in digestible fashion, of course. So what are we covering? Is there a challenge? Is there a certain theme? What's the objective of this video? Who is in the video? Where is the video being held? Where's the motive for this video's idea? So exposition is the information required for the audience to know what's happening within the realm of the video and why it's happening. There's a good video that kind of covers this. Mr. Beast does it. He covers his exposition very quickly in this video where a guy, he's like 5 stories up, and the guy has to go through like these 5 levels to complete it. He covers his exposition in 19 seconds or 15 seconds or something like that. So the most important thing when it comes to storytelling is, first and foremost, base layer. They understand what's happening. The second they don't understand what's happening, they skip the video. Okay, you can do like you can do comedic timing, you can do like contrast cutting, you can do all of those extra techniques later on, but first and foremost, make sure they understand it. If you make a joke, if you make comedic timing, if you try to make a joke from editing and they don't get it, if they don't understand it, then don't put it in. Like, it's the same way, like when you make jokes that everyday people understand, relatable stuff. You don't make jokes based on like really niche topics. Who laughs at that stuff, right? So it's the same thing. It's like, you got to make sure your audience will understand everything you do. So yeah, exposition. Think about this. What are we covering in this video? Is there a certain challenge to this? Like, is there an objective? Because that's going to help me, right? Is there a theme? Does he want to go for a certain mood? Does he want this to be a funny video? Does he want this to be a show of actual hardship? He wants to show real struggle in this. You know, who's in this video? Who's like, is there a lot of people? Is there a way that I could include a lot of people? Is there a way to show that this video is so grand because it includes a lot of people? Like, you go down a rabbit hole really, but you just want to sort of understand a bit about the video, a bit about what the client wants, and then at some point down the line, you'll be able to do the stuff by yourself, right? You won't need a client. If you understand this, or at least if you don't understand this, how do you expect your audience to understand it? You need to understand it first. You need to understand the vision, and then you need to execute. Because if you don't understand it, how the hell are you supposed to tell a story to people and expect them to understand it? Can you imagine reading a story to someone and saying, did you get that? Because I have no idea what it means. So make sure you provide as much context as possible. You make sure it's as easy to understand as possible. Moving on to retention. Ooh, retention, right? This one's a tricky one. So most of the modern generation of YouTube editing is influenced by Mr. Beast, using gimmicks and techniques, but that's not really actually how to retain your audience's attention. Now, at the time I'm recording this, I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast has changed. Like, he's decided to go more storytelling wise, but there's still a lot of like, he still targets this for younger kids, right? Hence the whole Feastables and Lunchly stuff. Like, he still targets this towards kids, so he has a lot of flashy cuts and you know, kind of these like gimmicks and techniques and visual effects. Not a problem. A lot of YouTubers do it, but I want to break down some myths and give you the reality of it, because this reality is kind of backed by science, really. Like, I've genuinely explained how the brain responds to emotions and you know, all these things, right? So first of all, we have myth. Viewers will get bored if you leave in dead space. But the reality is, viewers continue watching because the video is engaging, whether it's emotionally or intellectually. The reason why I say intellectually is because there's a lot of content out there that needs editing that isn't emotional based, like information based channels. Linus Tactics, like Marcus Brownlee, Mr. Who's the Boss, or coaching channels like me, for example, right? When I'm trying to explain you how a framework works, I'm not trying to get you to be emotional. I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to like tell you straight up, oh, do this is how this works, right? So there's a lot of channels out there that might not fall under the emotional investment, but emotional investment is very important, and I'll explain that later. Viewers need a lot of motion on screen because they have TikTok brain. Well, not everyone has reduced attention span. In fact, plenty of younger generations watch uncut content. Look at my content. Like, I have a lot of videos on the channel that have like a couple hundred views, 800 views, 400 views, whatever, like, and they are meant towards younger audiences. And some of this stuff is like, I press record and I upload. Some of them does have a bit of editing, nothing crazy, but generally I have no crazy editing across my entire channel, and people still watch it. That is proof that not everyone has TikTok brain, right? Having that sort of insecurity, having that belief that people need motion to watch is a horrible belief to have. You always need sound effects to keep the viewer stimulated. sound design is situational. It does not always need to be present. In fact, sometimes using sound effects could be deemed as completely inappropriate and kills the intimacy of the moment. The style of retention based on misconception is a style I call editing via force, whereas the style of retention I prefer to use is something that I call editing via faith. Like, here are the beliefs of each style equipped by editors and creators. So let me show you force and faith. So force, I can't trust that my audience will watch all the way. I need to make sure that I delay click off so that they watch more ads. The video should be 8 minutes long. That way the retention's higher and my video gets pushed. That's editing via force. The problem with this is that once you start making things about statistics and numbers, you start forgetting how humans work, and you start warping your belief of how they work. And the more you dig yourself into this hole, the harder it is to get out. Okay? Ed Filmbooth was talking about this. He said that it was impossible for him to like maintain a YouTube channel while looking at all these statistics. Okay? And I was like, damn straight. Like, if you continue to go down the path of like, I need to make sure like all these tiny little bits are optimized, but like you don't have all the energy in the world. Like, you and the creator are both going to completely stress yourselves out if you try to edit via force. Whereas via faith, here are the beliefs that people would have if they edit via faith. If I create my video to be engaging enough, viewers should be immersed enough to watch the whole way through. Think about it. I've watched a lot of videos the whole way through, and that was simply because I've been immersed enough and engaged enough to actually forget that I was on YouTube in the first place. If you watch a video the whole way through, I guarantee you have. Everyone's done it. That's not because everybody used the same retention gimmicks. Nobody uses there's no handbook on how to get 100% retention from people. Everyone in the world has watched some video the whole way through, and that is because they were engaged, they were immersed. Okay, I'm pretty sure an editor, a good friend of mine, Rush, said this, but like, if you can get someone to forget that they're on YouTube in the first place, you've done a good job. You've immersed them enough. And I couldn't agree more. But, take that with a grain of salt. I don't know if he actually said that, so don't quote me. But yeah, if I trust my own abilities, I can go through the video to see where I went wrong. That way I can naturally learn. So here's the brilliant part. If you just edit how you think you should edit, then at some point down the line, after you've learned enough and made enough mistakes, you don't even have to think of what to do. You can just do whatever you think is right, because whatever you think is right will have high retention, will have good results. Beautiful. But if you try to use gimmicks and stuff, you'll start to be like, oh, but I've seen so many people do this. Why is it not working? And then the more things don't work and the more gimmicks you use, you'll be lost and it'll stress you out so much. Okay? Don't try to keep up with that sort of stuff. Try to understand why things are. One is a gimmick. The other one is seeking honest improvements. This one's going to be obviously harder, but you got to trust that process. And you got to have faith in your viewers to stick all the way through. And if they don't, that's fine. We go again. Force. Brother, if you keep doing this, you're just going to look for gimmick after gimmick after gimmick until you actually can't just take it anymore. Don't continue to chase techniques and weird little hidden stuff that you could use, because editing isn't a gimmick. Now, let's move on to cutting. Now, when it comes to cutting, this one's pretty important because this is going to be the first part of your workflow, and this is going to be how you're going to be doing most of your storytelling, right? The first part of your editing workflow is cutting. And cutting is split into 4 subcategories of workflow. And to make the explanation easier for you, let's think of editing a video like you're building a house, right? And this is going to make sense. So your rough cut is kind of like the structure, the blueprint of the house. So this is the rough cut. Think of this part as where you draft up the blueprint and frame the structure of your house. This is where you get your footage imported into the project. Treat this like a story, because this is what it is. Your editing skills is what puts the telling in storytelling. There's plenty of moments where the creator stays quiet or has to take a break, or general moments that they don't want to stay in the cut, right? This is where you cut these out. Any obvious part that don't make it in. This part of the workflow generally doesn't take too long, a couple minutes at most. So this is a bit of footage that I just imported to show you. So you can see, this is the first way we can tell. Look at the audio waves. So these are called audio waves. This is the video track. This is the audio track, and we can see the audio wave. So this and this, that's a big gap in audio. So we want to cut this out. Maybe this to this, because this looks like they're whispering, or they're talking in a quieter tone, which is something they usually do, to make it easier for the editors, or then this to this, or this to this. Like there's a bunch of stuff that you really need to cut out, right? So yeah, this is the rough cuts. This is like roughly cutting out the most obvious parts. This is very quickly, so it can take a couple seconds or a couple of minutes. Now, narrative cuts. You've cut off the dead weight of the story, the irrelevant information, and parts of the story. Now it's time for you to look at how your video is going to structure, the general idea of what it's going to look like. Think of this like adding in the important factors of your house, plasterboards, wires, like interior design and stuff like that, right? So this is like, we can tell from this bit of plasterboard or this wall how the general structure of the house is going to look like. Now's the time to use your brain. The narrative cut is the time to use your brain, time to decide how the video goes and how you want it to affect the viewers. Review this video as a whole, see how it looks, split the video into different parts. These different parts of the story are based around different emotions because emotions guide the audience's experience. A well-told story through a range of feelings like excitement, nervous, amazed, they could be in awe, it could be confused or horrified, disgusted, right? To keep the viewers engaged. So this is a storyboard, right? Like you don't have to use this, like you don't have to, every single time you edit a video, you don't really have to use something like this because otherwise it'll make your workflow too complicated and so unnecessary, right? So it illustrates what the most significant parts of the story will be and helps you to see how the story unfolds, making it easier to adjust things like the camera POV. So if there's multiple POVs, if you get multiple files of footage, the timing and the pacing. You don't need to use the actual template, just the concept. So just the concept of, okay, this part of the video is important. You can add markers and tell you that's important. Like in the actual Premiere Pro timeline, you can add markers and tell you that's important. So, oh, this part's important. This is what happens, and it kind of sparks this kind of reaction to the audience, or like this kind of emotion. This part's important, does this and this and this. Oh, this part's important, and this and this and this, and whatever, right? You don't need to use an actual storyboard, but just the concept of what parts are important, or what parts make it into the narrative. And then finally, we have the fine cut. The final part of your cutting workflow, the fine cut. Now that your video is generally cut up, it's time to go through the specifics. Look for any dodgy cuts, anything that puts you off as a viewer. So not as an editor, but anything that puts you off as a viewer. Take into consideration what the viewers are thinking. After all, it's their entertainment. Keep your cutting and your pacing consistent. Everyone on YouTube, including you, so that includes you, has consumed so much content they can almost predict when a cut happens. This especially applies when the viewer commonly watches your client's video. So abnormalities in the editing, like offline media, like that's annoying, that's an abnormality, that's weird, right? You want to make sure that you fix that. So that's like an example, but if you make a dodgy cut or a weird cut, a harsh cut, they can tell. They can tell, right? They've consumed enough content to tell how the cutting should go. So match that expectation. So for example, you've done all the tiny little details, like the painting, the floorboards, you've done all the little bits, right? You've just got a very empty house, right? It's already, you've got an empty house now. So for example, with this, let's say I made a cut in here. All I had to do was just cut that, right? I just cut that down and now it's much better. Okay, so generally this is kind of how a cut would look. A bit of dead space, and then we move on to the cut, right? We don't want to make it too harsh. We don't make it too, Now, I'm going to continue using this metaphor later on. This like sort of analogy, this building house analogy. But for now, to continue talking about storytelling, to continue talking about cutting and stuff, I'm going to talk about something that not only just changed my mindset of editing, but changed so many, like this changed like the general idea of editing in general, like even in films. Like, let me explain it to you. This is Walter Murch's Rule of 6. Walter Murch is an Oscar-winning film editor and director who wrote a book called In the Blink of an Eye. So this was earlier in my this is it. So In the Blink of an Eye, Walter Murch, this is his book, which is a book commonly cited by researchers and editors when talking about film, editing, and storytelling. So most editors, including myself, didn't know about this when editing because, let's be honest, not everyone is big into films. I get that. You don't have to watch film. I'm not telling you to watch films and stuff. I'm not telling you to watch like these random films from like the 60s or something, because I understand that you probably wouldn't like it. Fine. I'm not forcing you. I get it. However, his Rule of 6 has changed the course of so many different editors' perspectives and change the entire impact of editing in some of the most famous films in the world. Films like these. So some of these you may have watched, some of them you may have not. The Wolf of Wall Street, After Hours, Goodfellas, Hugo, Shutter Island, Raging Bull, The Big Short. This one's got very good editing. Very good editing. And I've noticed cuts that I usually would have done, things that I thought were mistakes. And turns out they were not mistakes. It's just a whole different viewpoints, which made the films that much better. You're going to see what I'm talking about. So Oscar nominations 4, Oscar wins 3. So this is like 3 Oscars for like all of these. And I think this may have won one as well, so I'm not too sure. Thelma Schoonmaker, which is like the editor for kind of like most of these films, right? So I think everything apart from this one, she may have edited. She was asked during the Oscars, why did you leave in that continuity mistake in the final cut? To which she responded, which one? So continuity, if you don't know, is trying to continue the story and make sure it makes sense. So let's say, for example, in a continuity cut, let's say I'm cutting my video and in the frame, you can see this bottle of cologne, right? I'm cutting, like I'm talking to my video, I'm talking to the camera, editing this, editing that, storytelling this, storytelling that. But in the next cut, it's not there anymore. And then I keep talking. It's there. Well, there was a continuity mistake because at some point, the bottle of cologne moved, but we never saw anybody move it. That's a continuity mistake. And you'll see this a lot, where somebody will deliver a line maybe, and then you can see someone laughing or making a mistake or looking at the camera when they're not supposed to, or talking to people when they're not supposed to, and you'll be like, hey, you guys there's no way you guys just left that in. Or perhaps they'll do different camera POVs, and all of a sudden somebody will just appear in the frame. Like, where did that guy come from? Well, you may think that they were making mistakes, but they weren't. They just read this book, the In the Blink of an Eye book, which is all the way up here. I can't be able to show you. You know this one. They read that book and realized that continuity doesn't nearly matter as much as the rest of the stuff that I'm going to talk about. So again, you can like films or not. You probably don't even care for the Oscars either. And that's cool, to be honest. It's not mandatory to watch films and editing. I get that. It's not for everyone. Definitely helps though. Okay? But Walter Murch was onto something with his rule of 6. He's opened everyone's eyes to what editing and storytelling is really about. Emotion. So you see, when someone watches a video or a film for the first time, they put so much focus into the character and the story progression that they hardly notice the mistakes in things like continuity and 2D plane of screen. They aren't in analyze and critique mode, they're in consumption mode. They're here to enjoy and entertain themselves. Judge it with your reaction and emotion. You can do whatever afterwards. Even rewatch it and critique it this time, but that emotion from the first round that you watched it will always be your bias, and that will be your true feeling towards the film. Think about it. You're never going to judge a film because, they made one mistake. When you first watched it, you love that film, and you're always going to love that film. Here is how you should go about your storytelling in ranking of important to least important. First of all, the most important thing we have is emotion. Emotion should be your priority within reason. When people hear that they should focus on emotional storytelling, they think they need to make the audience laugh or cry. To make sure to take emotional and narrative weight into consideration. Weight is how we measure what's important or not to the story, what's emotional and what isn't. Sometimes we need emotion. Sometimes it's overwhelming and it ruins the value of it. Like if you've ever watched those Turkish shows on Al Jazeera, like if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's like these films, like these Turkish films where it's just non-stop emotional drama and it's non-stop music, it's non-stop like drama, and it's like if you have drama throughout the entire video, no one can feel emotion for that. No one can feel any sort of connection to that because it's non-stop drama. You get sick of it, you get tired of it, right? We need emotional weight, you need narrative weight. We need some parts to be emotional, some parts to be dull. Because the dull parts, it contrasts, and then our emotions will contrast, our emotions will change. Constant music plus constant emotional moments equals no variety in weight, and that means there's no value in the emotion. We need variety in emotional and narrative weight to give the emotional parts some substance and actual value. Otherwise, the whole thing is ruined. However, if you're going to make a sacrifice between the video having continual sense and the video causing viewers to have emotional reactions, pick emotion. Because emotion is what gets people attached, and ultimately, if they're attached to the video, they'll continue to watch it, and if they continue to watch it all the way to the end, higher attention, better video, emotion, better video, blah, 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 blah. Right? Next up, we have story. So, the story advancing is the second priority. Yeah, emotion over progression of story. If a cut preserves the emotional flow of a scene, it's more effective than simply adhering to story structure or technical correctness. Emotion connects the audience to the film on a deeper level and ensures they're invested into the characters and narrative. Okay? People don't love a story because it makes sense. People don't love films and videos and movies because they make sense. People love them because they connected. They felt something, right? It had depth. They felt something. People remember long form videos because they have depth. They don't remember shorts because shorts have fuck all depth, right? Rhythm, right? This is next up, okay? So rhythm is crucial in pacing and maintaining the audience's engagement without overshadowing the emotional tone or story clarity. Rhythm affects the natural flow of the film, helping to control how long shots or how long like POVs last and when to make the cuts, but it always follows emotion and story, okay? You never prioritize rhythm over story, never prioritize rhythm over emotion. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Next up, eye tracing. Plenty of editors make the mistake of prioritizing the bottom 3, okay? I did the same thing. Starting with this one, eye tracing. Eye tracing is cool. From an editor's ego perspective, it says, yeah, I can edit. I can make cool visual sequences. Yeah, eye tracing is pretty cool, but when an editor starts to prioritize his visually pleasing sequences over the audience, he loses them. You can tell when an editor makes something cool looking for the sake of making something cool looking. Say, yeah, I'm a good editor, look at my work. And it is pretty cool to watch. Like, even as a viewer, it's cool to watch, but I have no connection to it. I don't give a shit, bro. Like cool, you can, good editing, but make me feel something, right? We're here to feel something. We've all been there, like editors. Okay, if you're not an editor, maybe you don't understand this, but as editors, we've all been there. But you know the coolest thing an editor can do? When they manipulate the emotion of thousands of people at once with the skills they've learned. Next up is 2D plane of screen. 2D plane of screen is how things are framed within the flat rectangular screen. It's more about composition, like visual hierarchy and depth. So things like rule of thirds, balance, symmetry, background items, and etc. Like, I know editors make this mistake because I used to have very edited videos, and when people would comment, when editors would comment, they'd say, focus on rule of thirds, this and that. And I'm like, but the reason we took this take and the reason we did it like this, like we couldn't care about rule of thirds. Like, I would move away from the screen. Like, I do this thing where I shuffle my chair and it looks a bit weird, and then we don't want to move the whole background and stuff like that. But we pick a certain take of me talking to the camera because I felt like it connected better. And editors wouldn't understand that. They say, oh, rule of thirds. Like, we're not here to critique these videos. We're here to enjoy them, right? Every video has a goal, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the objective is. If you want to make someone feel something, if you want them to learn hardship, right? So if I edited a video on somebody training to do a triathlon or to climb a mountain, right? There's a lot of training that goes. There's a lot of like discipline and hard work and hardship. And, you know, the creator probably wants the audience to learn something here. Learn what it is to go through something so difficult, so something emotionally and mentally, physically daunting and difficult, right? They want them to learn that. But no one's goal is to make the video make sense. No one's goal of the video is to say, yeah, that should look good on camera. If it doesn't, we're scrapping the whole thing. Like, no one cares. But what's the fun in that? We watch videos for entertainment, for emotional engagement. We don't watch it to keep things correct, right? So how the viewers scan the screen, how they immerse themselves with the depth of video, it goes under the effect of 2D plane of screen, right? So this stuff doesn't really matter as much. If you can fit it in along with everything else, good. But this is about, like, when it comes to sacrifice, this is going to be more likely to be sacrificed than everything else, right? If there's something we have to sacrifice, but we should be aiming for this. And if we have this, next up, we aim for this. And if we have both of these, you know how it goes. We'll start aiming for rhythm and stuff. Finally, 3D space of action. So this was like visual continuity, as I said earlier. When I make a cut and it's not there, and I make a cut it again, it's suddenly there. It's never explained how this got there, never explained how it moved and stuff. There's an error in visual continuity. This is another common mistake editors did. I myself made the same mistake a lot. When you review footage, you're more likely to pick up on mistakes and weird cuts because you've been looking at the footage for so long and so many times. This leads you to believing that the viewers will pick up on it too, so you make the common mistake of prioritizing 3D space of action. You'd rather video make sense in context rather than to spark a reaction with your audience. However, viewers hardly notice these things, and if they do, it's not the end of the world. Plus, they won't pick up on it if you already click off the video with your correct editing. But there's no such thing. First of all, there's no such thing as correct editing. There's a scale as to how much you can reach your goal, whatever that goal is, but you can never cut things incorrectly. I could make a bunch of different cuts and move layers all over the timeline, make it look weird. It's not incorrect. It is weird. It doesn't, it'll be difficult to make a lot of sense, but it's not incorrect. You cannot incorrectly cut. You cannot incorrectly edit. Start instilling that belief. There's no incorrection. There's trying to make things easier to connect with. Like there's ways to make videos better. There's no incorrect and correct way to do things. But with this list, we do give ourselves a bit of an objective here, right? If you start prioritizing eye tracing over emotion, I'm not going to say you edited that wrong. Stop focusing on the technicalities because realistically, they won't notice it. I remember watching a TikTok, this woman was watching Endgame and the VFX artist, either they made a mistake or they could not edit. They couldn't properly fix this. But anyways, like the point was like, there was a scene where Captain America, his shield was supposed to be broken, but turns out it was fixed. And it was fixed in this super long range shot, right? And they noticed it was like a pixel of it. And everyone was commenting on like, oh, they made a mistake. And it's like, they didn't make a mistake. They just didn't prioritize 3D space of action. Do you know how much it would, like how long it would take to fix that tiny shield that's like 4 pixels big? How did you even notice that? Why did you even notice that? And best part about it, they noticed it 4 years after release. Like the most successful film of all time, and people are picking up on things years after the release. It doesn't make it a bad film. They did exactly what they're supposed to. They prioritized the emotion over 3D continuity. Right? His shield got fixed. How did they do that? This doesn't make sense. This movie, they didn't focus on it. The editors, what were they doing? If things like this, if reactions like this are happening with the biggest movie in the world, right? And if they're happening years later, do you think that viewers are going to immediately pick up? Do you think they're going to do you think they're just going to like nitpick and cherry pick mistakes that you make on the video that you edit? No! And why should you? Like, who cares? And if they're enjoying the video because you focused on emotion, and if they do notice a mistake, they don't care. They've built up enough bias to say, yeah, I love this video. I don't give a shit. If you could make 3 more mistakes, I don't care. This is a good video, right? This is a good video. Okay? Which is why we do it. And Walter Murch, he cooked up something because a lot of editors started following this. Not purposely making mistakes, but they were more okay with leaving continuital mistakes in the movies, in films, because of this book, because they realized emotion was more important. And you'll hear me talk about films a lot because, well, I know we're not editing films, we're editing YouTube videos, but the point is, films, they have everything locked down on theory. They study films in uni. I study film in uni. But the YouTube industry as a whole, we're trying to aim to that standard. We're trying to make it accessible to watch this sort of content on YouTube. So you don't have to pay like $20-$30 a ticket to go to the cinema. You can watch it on YouTube, like movie level stuff on YouTube. So that's what we're aiming for. And they have the theory down. They have the knowledge down. We just need to use that and apply it to YouTube, right? That's why I talk about film so much. And yeah, I'm a bit of a film nerd, like so what? Anyways, moving on. Okay, now we're moving on to learn visual design. So we're going to be covering the first principles of visuals, heavy effects, light effects, which is SSEs, something that I'll get into later, effect, frequency, and digestibility. Now, first principles of visual. So, do you remember when I said that editing a video is like building a house? Well, let's go back. let's resume to that analogy. This was the image we used. So you built the house, now it's time to decorate it, which is exactly what visual effects and motion graphics are for. Everyone decorates their houses however they want, and the way they approach decoration is through reaction and emotions that they want the visitors to have. You might actually think that I'm yapping here or talking nonsense, but think about it. Why do people take so long to pick furniture? Mankind has reached a point where all furniture they design, it serves its function. Even more than that, there's so many options for furniture that people have the freedom to pick whatever they want. So they pick the ones that give a certain vibe or a certain feeling. I want it to feel like this. I want to have this kind of vibe where this. I feel like this color will make it feel more open and, so on and so on, right? So at first principle, people know that their furniture will serve its function, right? They know that sofas will be comfy. They know that sofas will be sofas, right? We're advanced enough. We've advanced humanity and inventions of furniture enough to the point where we know it's going to serve the function. So they pick specific furniture that creates an ambiance and evokes specific emotion. Now, I picked a lot of like kind of extreme, extreme examples here, because realistically, I don't think I've been to a single house where it looks like any of this stuff. Like maybe this one, but I don't think I've been to a single crib that looks like this, or this. Or to be honest, when I see all of these, they kind of freak me out because they just look so different to what I've seen so far. But think about it. You pick certain furniture and certain designs because it gives a certain emotion. It sparks a certain reaction, right? Believe it or not, they do the exact same thing with visual effects, with motion graphics. So all of these patterns, designs, and colors and room space, it influences certain reactions. And visual effects do the exact same thing. They serve their functions, which is to provide further context to the story when needed. But if we listen to Walter Murch's rule of 6, we need to remember that to provoke emotions with them, otherwise they're just an immersion-breaking external storytelling technique that disregards the most important part of storytelling, the emotion. Again, I made this mistake a lot, where I focused on visuals and I focused on making animations cool, but the animations, they never served a purpose. You see, we want to provide context first and foremost. We need to make sure it's easy to understand, but if we can't do that with the footage, then we do that with motion graphics. We do that with animations and VFX. And I've gotten to the point where I've matured in a way where I realize that certain emotions work better than others. And some of them are easier to understand than others, right? And the point is we want to make it as easy as possible to understand first and foremost. And then we want to make it cool, have some sort of ambiance. So just like sofas, just like furniture, we want our visual effects to have the functionality. We need to make sure it works. Does that sofa work? Yes. Does this motion graphic provide context? Yes. Function? Tick. Okay? Now, does it provide the right ambiance or like, does it spark a certain emotion, right? Now, it doesn't have to be like a very extreme emotion. You don't have to have them directly feel something, but everyone always feels some sort of emotion. Like right now, you're feeling some sort of emotion to the way I'm talking to you, right? Whether you realize that or not, your brain is doing it. Okay? And that's what the VFX does. Okay? Even in the slightest ways, they can affect how you think and how you feel. Now, still think I'm stretching with visuals? How about this analogy? So we have Christopher Nolan and a channel called Lankybox, right? So this is a YouTube channel. This is a film director, Christopher Nolan. You may have seen some of his stuff, okay? You may not. But like, let me give you some feel. So like, Inception, The Dark Knight, Interstellar, like a lot of popular films, right? Oppenheimer, he did the recent Oppenheimer film. And then we have Lankybox, they're a YouTube channel. They aimed it towards kids. Now, you can see the visual here are very different. Now, to clarify, these are both from different industries with different budgets. However, one thing is clear and accessible, and that is the color. We can tell the colors are very different. Okay? So, Nolan, his signature is a bit more dull. A bit more, like he purposely makes it very dull, very like grayish and boring and bland. And, people always complain, but that's how he does it, right? It's very real. Right? He genuinely actually tries to strive for reality. He tries to use CGI as minimal as possible because he wants to make his films feel so real, and people can tell when there's a CC, like a color correction, right? So he wants to make it as bland as possible, as real as possible. So that's Christopher Nolan, right? Lankybox, kids channel, they'll do things very bright, very hectic, and I'll I'll clarify that now. So now I know that both of these pieces of media have their own target audiences, and you might not fit into either of them. That's fine. But when you look at these, you do feel emotion, some sort of emotion, whether it's like whether you feel strongly about it or you don't really care that much, you still feel something. You make judgments on what you think of these pieces of media are like, what kind of emotions they'll be more likely to evoke in you. So let's take a look, because I made I made a list. So with Nolan's work, it has a more serious tone. There's more loneliness, like isolation, makes you feel small. It's meant for more older and mature audiences that can handle these sorts of emotions. If a kid watches this and he somehow manages to understand it and he feels very alone and small, that's kind of messed up. Like, it's meant for older audiences. So look at this. In this big shot, the people are small, they're very tiny. Same with this. Look how big the buildings are. Look how desolate it is. 2 people right here, very small, and it's very, very scary and dystopian, and that's reality, right? Whereas Lankybox over here, they have these sort of like very warpy tie-dye kind of like, there's a lot of crazy colors going on, like a lot of crazy visual hierarchy. Like, that is a fat tongue on that guy, big yellow plushie to contrast with the blue and the pink and the purple, right? Then we have literal like VFX fire on the screen. We've got the blue backgrounds. We've got, a lot of crazy stuff. That's crazy. That is crazy, right? This is where they are, in some sort of gaming video, I guess. There's like yellow text with the purple contrasting with the purple, more shades of purple. Like, I know this is the game, but still, like, look at their camera. The man has purple hair, for crying out loud. And plus, they saturated it so much. So many saturated colors. Okay? And when you get this Figma file that you get in the editing community, you can go to both of these links and you can see what I mean by isolation. Because it's one thing to have screenshots of this stuff, but it's a whole nother thing to actually look at the editing, which I'm not going to do. But you can do that right now, because I'm assuming that you have this Figma file and you're going through it with me. So feel free to pause, take a look at both of these videos and see the painting, the cutting, how it makes you feel, right? Because they're both very different. They're both going to make you feel different things, and you're going to feel these effects firsthand. And before you do that, very quickly, I want to talk about the notes. So I can't really take it very seriously. I'm probably not the right audience for this. It's very overwhelming, all the colors and the cut. There's zero value in color. If everything is bright and crazy, nothing is bright and crazy, okay? You can only feel bright and crazy when you've seen dark and depressing, okay? There's zero relatability, okay? Nothing of this is real. Like, nothing of this feels real. I can't imagine this guy actually went through some sort of warped, weird dream or whatever this is, right? I genuinely don't believe that fire is real. And yeah, like, it just doesn't feel real. And that's fine. That's, like, again, I'm not the target audience here, meant for younger audiences, see? But this Christopher Nolan, he genuinely tries to make it real. And I'm not trying to take biases here, but I kind of am. I love Nolan's work. But now I want you to go and click on these links and tell me what you feel when you watch both of these videos. Okay? Guessing you've done it now. So now let's move on to heavy effects. Now, if we add tone plus mood along with, other elements of production like lighting and sound design, we will result in something called ambiance. Those bullet points of reveal you see above, because, these bullet points, they're because of ambiance in both of those screenshots. Ambiance is like the final boss, right? It's the overall emotional and sensory experience of the sequence. And although we don't have footage with the cinematography like Christopher Nolan does, we do have animations and motion graphics in the video, and they need to provide a certain ambiance. Okay? Another element that sets a clear ambiance is motion and dynamism. Right, so this is like movement, how much is moving on the screen. So if you've watched this video, which I'm assuming and I'm hoping you did, you'll see that there's a lot more movement and dynamism in the Lankybox videos than there is here. This is, again, because there's different objectives of emotion, right? Most editors don't know this, but because they assume all that keyframe animations are benefiting their visuals, but it's actually harming them by setting the wrong ambiance. So these are 2 different posts of mine, okay, that you can access on my Twitter, and they're linked here. But this was a post based on a game series, and this was like a plan. This video was a plan to become a fake celebrity, right? So there was obviously planning behind both of this stuff, right? There's a lot of exposition to be covered. So for example, with a game series, what are the rules like? And we have to explain the rules. That has to be done with motion graphics because it's easier to see it and read it and hear it at the same time from the voiceover than it is to actually just watch somebody just explain you the rules, right? And with this, there's also like explaining to be done. So exposition, with him, it could have also been text. I could also be reading and hearing at the same time and understanding what the plan is. So unlike this is like what the rules are, but this would be like, what is the actual plan to become a fake celebrity, which I did not do. I did more so animations and cool visuals, and look, it got the responses, which kind of proves my theory true. They think that keyframes animations are better fitting the visuals, but it's actually harming them by setting the wrong ambiance. So people genuinely prefer, this had less views, by the way. This had like less views than 7,000, but this one had 150 likes, this one had 90 likes, this one had more support than this, because this one had more motion and more movement than this one did, right? Now, let me explain what's wrong. On the left, this video is a celebrity challenge / prank. More context would have been provided with B-roll and upcoming footage. Animations like this did not suit the intended audience, right? Like when I watch this, I imagine who would watch this? Well, Gideon kind of viewers, or people who watch like those pranks and stuff. They're probably young, maybe between like 12, 13, and then at the most like 18. I don't imagine anybody over 18, but generally it's like a 14 in like, on average 14, 15-year-old person. And you don't really need animations like this, right? Younger audience, like 7, 8-year-olds do. So Gideon doesn't really have this kind of editing because he knows that he can just provide the B-roll, okay? Nico Milana, he is another creator. He does pranks, and when he actually has a prank in mind, he will explain the rules at the beginning with both B-roll and with motion graphics, okay? You'll see this on his videos, right? So animations like this didn't suit the intended audience. I should have done something a bit like this, in fact, right? So on the right is a video game series based on football knowledge. So I created the motion graphics and visuals fitted in theme. So the title sequence was true in game series fashion. So if you watch game series, so if you search up like the following game series, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? They have a title sequence. The Chaser, they have a title sequence. Pointless, they have a title sequence. So many game series have title sequences, and Sharky here wants to have a game series called Football Mastermind. Therefore, I gave him a title sequence. Now, imagine if he wants to do this, but I gave him this level of animations. Keyframe, motion, dynamic based, right? It wouldn't fit with the theme of game series. On top of this, the Mastermind reference with the chalkboard theme. So when I thought Mastermind, the first word that came to my head, or the first thing that came to my head was like Albert Einstein, professors, geniuses. I came up with this, right? And also I thought of a football tactics board, right? I probably should have like made an inspiration board to show you, but yeah. Now, on top of this, I used chalkboard to explain the rules, providing further context and staying within theme. So if you actually watch the post, you will see that not only did I explain the rules through like writing it down so they can read and they can hear at the same time, but I did it with chalkboard. I stayed in theme, which is good, right? So one is flashy, cool, and the other one is practical. So if you post something like this, don't be ashamed that it doesn't get a lot of likes. Believe me, I know what it's like to want to chase like numbers and likes and stuff. Like, I tell myself not to worry about my YouTube views, but it kind of hurts when sometimes they don't do well. But like, that's normal, that's natural. But don't let that be your main motivation, right? Focus on what's right for the video, okay? So yeah, let's move on now to light effects, SSEs. When it comes to effects, you've got your background effects. The ones that are less consciously acknowledged, I call these effects SSEs. SSE stands for subconscious stimuli effects. These effects serve the purpose of stimulating your subconscious, whilst the heavy effects are driving the main story and attention of the viewers. All the lighter effects are made to fill those gaps for dopamine for the viewers, of dopamine for the viewers. So these kind of effects can vary between vignette, convenient zooms, handheld shakes, subtle overlays, and animated backgrounds. So, do you remember what I said earlier about viewers have consumed enough content to know how cutting works? Well, they also have watched enough YouTube to know when they aren't getting the right SSEs. So, for example, even if you aren't an editor, you've never touched like an editing software in your life, you know that sometimes the camera will zoom in, to keep things interesting, or they will do like a quick static move in where there's no keyframing, it's just straight up, closer to the person. You've seen this before in other videos, therefore you know that it's there. So when viewers don't receive this kind of like these sorts of SSEs in the video, when they aren't experiencing it, along with other stuff like animated backgrounds that can help, subtle overlays can help, handheld shakes, this is a big one, right? When they realize they're not getting these sorts of things that they do in other videos, it's annoying. It's a bit annoying. It scratches their brain and they don't feel like they're being stimulated enough, right? So these is what you can use, especially for specific audiences who generally watch videos that include a lot of SSE. So mature audiences who watch mature content, like for example, with this video, I'm probably not going to need to use any of this stuff, right? But in some videos where the common viewer generally needs this to watch along, like you're probably going to be using this at some point. But the goal is to be able to use this as less and less and less as you go. Try to use them as little as possible and still be able to create a good video, because we shouldn't have to rely on stuff like this in order to understand and watch a video, right? But ultimately, if you can create good videos without this, I applaud you, right? This will be used a lot, and you probably will be using them, and I don't blame you if you do. Like it's pretty normal, especially when you're trying to compete with other channels, and other channels are using SSCs and you aren't, and you're killing the viewers' vibe, and not vibe. So I can't believe I just said that, but you're killing the viewers. Like you're kind of killing their anticipation for the video. Like it'll be kind of stupid, but they realize that if they aren't getting this, it just doesn't, like, especially if they've been watching a bunch of other videos, they got used to this. Remember what I said about dopamine? If it's all the way up here, right? If they're watching videos that set their dopamine up here and you can't seem to reach that, they will look elsewhere, which is why we use SSCs to put ourselves here, right? Now, that is the end of effects. So we understand that there's an objective, right? First and foremost, we need to make sure that we're providing enough context, right? And then after that, we can focus on stuff like themes, things like tone, like this, right? We start focusing on stuff like this. But first and foremost, right, we got to actually make sure that there's context, there's functionality in our furniture. And then we can pick what kind of furniture we want, right? And that will be the case of like how you go about your motion graphics, how you design them. But like the theory of it needs to make sense. It needs to provide context. And then once you know that it will provide context, use whatever effects you want. Use whatever colors you want. Use whatever shapes you want. Use whatever layers you want, right? Like execute it however you want. But if you know that the general concept of your motion graphics or animations will provide context to people, bueno, right? Cool, good, nice. Now, let's move over to sound design. So, sound design, it's literally just two things we're covering, right? So, what is sound design and why is it important? Well, first of all, what is sound design? It's known that sound design includes things like music and sound effects. But there's a few terms that build up the entire process of sound design that you should know about. First off, Foley. Replicated sounds of everyday sound effects that are added to films and videos using random objects. Now, luckily, there's plenty of resources online to find Foley. You don't have to make them yourself. So, for example, the sound of this, I don't know if the mic picked it up. Everything in the world, so this is a ring, and then if I tap it against like the desk, I don't know if you heard that either, but it makes a sound, and that can replicate something. Right? That can replicate some sort of, some sort of sound effect. And it's not conventional for you to make your own Foley. I have. Me and my friends have made our own sound effects before in videos. and they somehow get a lot of views, and we don't know how. We're still trying to figure that out, but you don't have to. That is pretty weird, and it is fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun to make your own sound effects, but you don't have, especially if the creator picks it up, it's a bit weird, but you don't have to, right? There's plenty of sites. So Artlist, there's Epidemic Sound, there's that VO thing, or VI, or I don't know what it's called, but there's plenty of places to look for sound. YouTube is free, and there's plenty of sound effects there. Best of all, in the community, there's actually a sound effect pack waiting for you by an editor by the name of Mango. Now, Mango's got this free sound effect pack, and he is known for his incredible work and his very, very in-depth sort of his in-depth idea and process, and sort of like the way he approaches his in-depth workflow and his in-depth idea, and the way he opens the significance to everybody's eyes. He's so praised for. So please, when you do join the community, make sure to give Mango some love. Download the pack and use it, because there's a lot of sound effects there that I've never found before, and I've actually been looking for. So props to him, right? He's great on sound effects, and he shows people how to get better at it with his sound effect pack. So, but yeah, you don't have to replicate Foley sounds yourself. You can do it. You can find it online. So anyways, moving on. Diegetic and non-diegetic sound. Diegetic sound is when there's a source of sound being produced within the realm of the video. Something that people in the video could hear. Things like Foley, dialogue, right? So, for example, let's say I'm recording a video, like a skit or something. I pretend to have a bomb. I make like this makeshift bomb, and I throw it. And generally, there's supposed to be, well, this bomb is supposed to explode, right? And explosions make loud noises. So when I throw this at my door, right, this bomb explodes. I need an explosion sound effect. That is diegetic, because that is actually happening within the realm of the video. Non-diegetic sound is when sound doesn't have a source within the realm of the video, and it can't be heard by the people in the video, but it's playing regardless. So this is stuff like voiceovers, music, risers, or montage music. So when you're watching something, like let's say I play music right now, that music has no source. Like, I'm not indicating that there's a boombox. I'm not indicating that there's speakers. It has no source. Music just plays, and it just plays, right? There's no source. Voiceovers, you don't just hear voices randomly happening, right? That happens in the video, that happens in films and stuff, and that's non-diegetic. There's no source within the realm of the video or the film where the voiceover is coming from, therefore it's non-diegetic. This is something I really want to cover a bit longer, and that is because there's plenty of editors that make the mistake of adding sound effects for adding sound effects, but they don't realize that diegetic sound is supposed to sound real. Now, you can't make things sound real all the time. I get that. That is not very easy. When people add whoosh sound effects, for example, this is very popular. People add whoosh sound effects, but whenever I see a video, and I go over this in the course, like in the community, and you don't, and I'll actually use a video, for example, where it sounds nothing like it doesn't sound realistic. It doesn't even sound diegetic. It just sounds stupid, right? But a lot of editors will make the mistake where they'll add diegetic sounds, they'll add Foley, but it doesn't sound real. It doesn't have to sound perfect. At least it needs to sound like it's somewhat realistic. Because at least that way, a good amount of people will believe that, wow, that moved and it made that whoosh sound. But if I make something move from here to here, and I make like a huge whoosh, aggressive whoosh sound effect, I don't think the packet of gum moving from here to here is going to cause that intense of a whoosh sound effect, right? So I'd maybe look for something a bit lighter, a bit easier. I turn down the audio gain. I'd add some effects to make it a bit more softer, but enough for people to hear that it moved, right? Adding diegetic sound effects, please make sure that there's some sort of realism to it. Don't add sound effects for the sake of adding sound effects. Remember that all of this stuff has a purpose. We're aiming for, like, we don't just do stuff for no reason. I don't do stuff for no reason. You have good reason to make these sort of decisions. So when you're adding sound effects, please. So now we're moving on to music. Music in editing helps set the mood and makes the audience feel the emotions you want them to feel. By shifting music tracks, music also supports the narrative, guiding viewers through the visual journey. music is controlled, ensuring smooth story progression, whilst the ambience created helps build the video's atmosphere. Let me explain why this is awesome, right? So, do you remember Walter Murch's rule of 6? Well, emotion comes first, story progression comes second. And music covers both of those things. See, when you pace your music correctly, generally, pro tip, it's usually like 15 to 20 seconds. It can be less than that, it's pretty situational. Or it can be more than that, depending on how your cutting is. But generally with like consistent dialogue cutting, it's 15 to 20 seconds. But it's all down to the actual edits. Now, shifting music tracks will help viewers feel like the story is moving forward. Pacing is controlled, ensuring smooth story progression. So that's number 2. We're covering number 2, but the best part, music and editing helps set the mood and makes the audience feel the emotions you want them to feel. That's number 1. But how does it do that? How does music just... It's so easy for me to say emotion this, mood that. It tells you this, but how does it do it, right? Instruments are manipulative. Melodies are manipulative. Rhythm, manipulative, right? The music, manipulative. Like, if you don't realize that, I don't know how you don't realize that, right? You know, in the religion of Islam, if you've ever heard that music is haram, the reason for that is because it is manipulative. They believe it is the whispers of the devil, because it is quite literally like, it is kind of crazy when you think about it, that melodies do manipulate you. Think about it. You ever seen like people talk about going to the gym and they'll listen to like funk or like EDM or like aggressive hypercore music because it's super fast, right? It's got a super fast tempo and you know, fast tempo music, it hypes you up. So in contrast to that, slower music, sadder music, you know, ones with slower tempo, slower beats per minute, it makes you sadder, calmer, more mellow. Like, if you don't believe me, go and listen to a track with faster tempos and go listen to one with slower tempos. You know, you'll start to realize that you feel different. I will get into that whole music like manipulation stuff later because it's pretty big. But for now, let's move on to more definitions and terms. So we've got BPM. BPM stands for beats per minute. Energy in music is measured by BPM. For example, EDM and hyperpop music is often made in high BPM to excite and hype up the listeners. Lower BPM could mellow out those same listeners while listening to it right after. Both of these are forms of tempo. A slow tempo can evoke calmness or sadness, while a fast tempo can create excitement or anxiety. Some editors don't realize the impact BPM has on tonal editing. Be sure to keep an eye on this. On details like this, it could be highly beneficial when optimized. So back when I used to have my videos very, very edited, I would tell my editor to put in some beats, and then he would put in beats, but they're too fast. I'm like use a different song with a different BPM. He's like, what do you mean? And I described it to him, and he's like, oh, that's how it works. And then we started adding in lower BPM songs with those slower tempos, things that are more relaxed, because we're not here to entertain them and hype them up. We're here to get them to be a bit more mellow and focus on my words. My words should be the main focus here, not the music. And that made the videos instantly better. And I've already explained the whole sort of slow tempo, fast tempo, mellow and excitement stuff, right? So we can move on. So why is any of this stuff important, right? Why is sound design important? Even if you aren't an editor, you know that you should be using music and sound effect in editing. You know that because you've watched so many videos that use them as a viewer. But why do people use them? And what is the significance in sound? So manipulation, first up. Do you know why you enjoy listening to music? Because melodies and instruments are a form of manipulation. And no, they're not gaslighting you. Different melodies, chords, and harmonies evoke different emotions. For example, major chords tend to make people feel happy or uplifted, while minor chords evoke sadness or melancholy. Just like that example in BPM, slow tempos can slow the heart rate and create a calm atmosphere. Whereas fast tempos tend to energize listeners, encourage movement, like dancing. Like, why do you think that, you know, people put stuff like funk or like hardcore EDM during their gym sessions? Well, it's because they know that music will result in them exerting some sort of energy, and they'll direct that energy towards their workout. People subconsciously know that music is a manipulation tool, but they don't really utilize it for things like editing. Now, this isn't music in particular. This is the work of instruments. which is why sound effects can have this level of impact too. Next up, we listen more than we watch. Now, something else you might know, but not entirely realize, is that you listen to videos more than you watch them. And so does everybody else. Think about it. If you're in the kitchen making food whilst watching a video, you rely on the audio to keep you up with the context. If you've got multiple monitors at your setup, you'll rely on the sound to stimulate you. You'll only look at the screen every now and again, perhaps when, the sound design indicates that something significant is happening in the video or in the movie, right? Whatever. Sound design is quite literally more important to maintain and keep tidy. Your eyes can miss some details and miss some mistakes, but your ears, they never lie to you. They know exactly what they hear. Maintain irrefutable standards for sound design. This is why I said earlier to make sure that your Foley and that your diegetic sounds, they sound real rather than just lazily leaving them there. And I want you to think about it this way. A lot of people will watch videos whilst working, and if the sound design isn't stimulating them, they'll click off. They want something stimulating. And they'll only watch when something significant is happening or when something crazy is happening, right? Which is most times, which is how people stay engaged. And they'll only look every now and then when something significant happens, right? But let's say you're cooking or you're in the kitchen, you're making some food, a sandwich, toast, whatever, and you leave your phone there with the video. You will listen to the sound to make sure you're keeping up with the context. Sound is much more important. We're always listening, but we're not always watching, right? So that's why it's important to maintain irrefutable standards for sound design, okay? Because people know when sound design sounds shitty, but they can miss out on a few visual mistakes here and there. Even I do, right? Even I've exported videos with mistakes visually, but I'll never miss out on sound. Okay, so now moving on to sound is tonal. So I showed you that sound can manipulate you and your emotions. So you know that it sparks reactions, it's also tonal. It can provoke a sense of emotion. You just need to form a sequence of sound design appropriate enough to cause that emotional reaction. Think about it. When you last watched a high production action or sci-fi film, you probably had goosebumps because of the epic score they played. Don't underestimate music influence on the audience. So think about it. When you watch an epic film, whether it was a James Bond film or, some sci-fi film or a Marvel film or, Oppenheimer, the actual Oppenheimer film, you probably had your hair sticking up and goosebumps and stuff because that's what scores do. That's what sound and instruments and music can do. That is actual physical effect. I understand that we're not always going to be using scores and stuff. That's very high production combos and stuff. We have tracks that we find online. So here's a proper example so that you feel clear and you don't feel like you're overwhelmed with my lost and, emotional and tone talk, right? Because, if I keep saying the words, they're going to feel like nothing to you, right? I don't want you to feel like emotion and tone is keep throwing around and it's super wishy-washy. So here's my actual examples to show you what I mean by sound design and creating a sound design, creating a sequence of sound design, right? Appropriate enough, right? I'm going to show you. So first example, Rotor Shaw, a FIFA creator, used both a deviated cut and sound design to build anticipation with his pack opening videos. He knew that he had to build anticipation with his packs. When it came to cutting, he decided to break his cutting pattern to keep it interesting, because he knew that if he used consistent cutting for the most interesting point of the video, there would be no anticipation, therefore a lack of emotional investment, right? We need to build up to it. We need to earn that high point, that interesting point. We need to earn that, right? He knew his audience, right? He knew his audience were FIFA players, and in FIFA, there's no way to tell who you actually get in the pack until the pack animation is finished. So the anticipating element of the videos were who was in his pack, not, was it a good player or not? So here's a video where he used sound design plus inconsistent cutting, which is the deviated cut, to build anticipation, which is the emotional investment, right? Anticipation is us taking curiosity and turning that into a build-up, right? We're anticipated to see what it is, right? So take note of his clip duration between every cut before the rise in crescendo and after the rise in crescendo. And crescendo is literally just a rise in music or sound, right? That's the sound design technique he used. So I'm not going to watch the video, but what I want you to do is pause this video and watch between 3 minutes 41 to 5 minutes. Now go watch it. Okay, I'm assuming that you've watched it. So now we can move on to this part, which is even an absence of sound. So even like no sound at all or minimal sound can be tonal. Some sequences and scenes in footage are so raw and so in the moment that the viewers deserve a bit of one-to-one with the video itself, immersing them into the realm of the video. Music can break the emotional weight of a moment by overdoing the objective. Just like I mentioned earlier in the emotion section of storytelling, we need variety in emotional and narrative weight to give the emotional part some actual substance and value. Otherwise, the whole thing's ruined, right? Constant music plus constant emotional moments equals no value in emotion. So kind of what I was saying earlier about the video, like about the crescendo is, if you use the crescendo in every single player, whether they're good or bad, then every time you packed a good player, that would have killed the anticipation. That would have killed the whole excitement of the video. We need to make sure that there's dull moments in the video so that the best moments can thrive, right? But obviously not too dull. We don't want to kill the video, but we need them. They serve the purpose of making the good ones look good. I'm going to give you an example off the top, and then we're going to use an actual video example. So kind of like that cutting and kind of like the music, I want you to think of like horror movies, right? So in horror movies, people watch horror movies because they want to get scared. Therefore, it's anticipation. It is not suspense, because suspense means that we don't know what's going to happen, right? It's kind of like in the moment thing, but we know something's going to happen in horror movies. So what the editors do in horror movies is that they actually drag out their footage longer than needed to. And the reason they do that is because they want to catch you off guard. See, they know the viewers actually watch the video for the sake of being surprised, so we don't want to give them what they want. And if they kept a consistent pace of cutting, over time, viewers would know when the jump scares are going to happen. Oh, yeah, I know you're cutting. I know when it's going to happen. Oh, you're using crescendo to build up to the point of a jump scare? Yeah, you're just giving it away at that point, right? So what they do is they do the complete opposite. Inconsistent cutting. Dragging their footage, no sound at all. Because what they want to do is they want to drag it out, they want to catch you off guard, and then when you least expect it, bang! That's when they jump scare you. They kind of tease you in a way. They tease you because you know it's going to happen. They know you know it's going to happen, as in the editors, they know it's going to happen. So keep a look at this next example, because it does the exact same thing. Now, Isaac White is a creator who creates Discord-based content, and he's got this series where him and his mates compete in a challenge. Whoever leaves a voice chat last in Discord wins a prize. Now, generally, his content has pretty fast, sharp, and like a meme kind of editing. It's for sure got a lot of abrupt effects, sounds, and like silly music. So the reason that this series, this Last to Leave VC series, does so well is because Isaac realized the reputation and the general tone of his editing had. He realized that it was silly. There's not a lot to take seriously, so he thought, let me make this very long. Let me take my closest friends. Let me build character. Let me build character so that viewers have a different taste, right? They have a different taste. It's not a meme. I'm going to make things a bit more serious. So he found a way to bring a little bit of realism to his editing. There's stakes. It's no longer silly fun and games. There's stakes to this, right? There's stakes. You leave, you lose, the chance to lose thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. So here's a video where he used absence, or change in sound design, and filler content to build anticipation, which in this case is what builds the emotional investment before his crescendo even builds up. So he kind of uses like almost no sound design, and then he uses crescendo. The crescendo is kind of a bit like it's a bit of I think it's just a bit of a recurring theme, but what he did prior to the crescendo is turning suspense into anticipation. He changes his cutting, he changes his music, right? So take note of his clip selection. So what clips make it into this cut? Because you're going to realize that it goes from funny and humorous to boring, and like the topics of conversation are a bit weird. Why does he do that? Well, there's a reason. He's trying to tell us something. So take note of his clip selection, his tone in effects, and humor in every cut before the rise in crescendo, which is the sound design technique here. So watch this video between 2 hours, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. So you don't have to watch this whole 2 hours. Jump to this timestamp, which is 2 hours, 4 minutes, 35 seconds, and then watch until 2 hours, 6 minutes and 45 seconds. So this is going to be 2 minutes, 10 seconds. You're going to be watching 2 minutes, 10 seconds of content, right? Watch this. Look at the before the crescendo, during crescendo, after crescendo, right? So look at the build up to it. Look at the peak of crescendo, and then look at how they settle, how they react, how they consume that information, how they take everything in, right? I want you to think about this stuff, okay? So click that video. I'm not going to go through it, but click that video, pause this one, watch that 2 minutes, 10 seconds, and come back. Okay, I assume that you've done that, and now we can move on from sound design, and we can finally start moving on to branded content, right? So we only have one thing, and that's posting only work. Now, this one's going to be a bit different to, facts and examples and stuff. Like, well, it is going to be examples, but I'm going to be using my examples. I'm going to be using my mistakes. I'm going to be opening up about where I went wrong in my career and what I should not have done, in my editing career, because I made a lot of mistakes, and I made the mistake of not posting just work. And I'll show you why you should only be posting just work. Before you start complaining, you'll see why. So here's 3 examples. This is me, my Twitter back in 2022. You can see I had 346 followers, 2,000 tweets. You see that's Danny. And I was retweeting 2 tweets. This was the latest thing a client would see when they came to my page. And this is a tweet that I made earlier this year in July. And it was about another editor, which is a huge red flag. Do not do that. So you can see there's both crosses here. Do not do either of these things. And this is me posting my work. You should do this, right? You should be saying, here's a content intro for clients, and then post the video, right? This is what you should be doing. Now, when you're looking for clients, or you've just finished an impressive piece of work, you post it onto your Twitter. More than that, that is all you're going to be posting. And here's why. Your personal brand isn't a chance to be edgy or a chance to make friends with others. Your personal brand is the work that you produce. Full stop. That's how you attract both clients and editors to your page. That's all people care about. They don't care about your dog, or what you're eating for lunch, or what your take is on the latest YouTube drama. They don't care. They care about your work. So here's the first example of me retweeting stuff and posting irrelevant content, right? I did a lot of irrelevant tweets. I could probably show more if I find them, right? The problem with this is that it leads traffic directly to other editors. It brings people's attention to useless things. You're wasting their time. It ruins the value and the quality in your tweets. So if I start retweeting, someone's going to unfollow me and think, bro, I don't give a shit what you think of other people's stuff. I just want to see your stuff, right? It breaks your brand's positive perception and illusion. Remember that word perception? It's very important, and you'll see why. It ruins chances of building a notification squad. Now, this one sounds a bit, wishy-washy, but think about the second order of consequences here. Tweets will stop being spread, leaving you with less of a chance to reach to creators. If you have more people bringing up a notification on every tweet that you have, and they join, and your tweet blows up from early on, Twitter's going to push it out more to more people, that are connected, more people that your followers follow, or people that follow your followers, right? So if you start ruining people's notifications with retweets or irrelevant content, they won't turn it on. They will turn it on, however, if you only ever tweet about work, and if you don't reply to anybody else, of course. And this notification squad will push your tweets more, and it will give you more of a chance of reaching, having that tweet, having that piece of work reach a creator's timeline, right? A content creator, a client's timeline. Now, next on is drama and callouts, and this has got to be the biggest no-no in the entire thing. And I made this mistake recently, bear in mind, okay? I always knew not to do this, but then I thought, oh, what the hell? I'm a big editor. I can talk about whatever. I don't give a shit how big you are. This is a mistake, and I had to learn this the hard way, right? Do not comment on other people's work. I don't give a shit if you're trying to help them or not. This is what I tried to do. I tried to help him, and it just came out wrong, right? Whether people agree or not, it invites a negative view to your brand and people start perceiving you in a different light. We don't want that. We only want them to look at our work and think he's a hard worker, he's a good editor, he just puts his head down and he focuses and he stays in his lane. That's what we want, nothing else. Because anything else, any tiny bit of controversy, anything else that's in slightly tiny way polarizing, we can't risk to have, right? People should know and respect you for your work. This does nothing but turn up useless engagement that'll harm you later down the line. Now, people probably thought that I was a good guy, good guy before posting this. And then after this, there's probably like a handful of people. There's 11,000 tweets. That could be 11,000 people thinking, what a prick. This guy's, who's he to talk about? His editing's not even that good, right? You can't risk to have that, okay? Now, I could have taken the tweet down, but I didn't, because I think I would rather turn this into a lesson for both myself and for everybody else, rather than to run away and try to make people forget that this ever happened in the first place. You can see I was trying to defend myself. Brilliant work, no hate whatsoever. Very talented. Feels wasted when it's on a style that's already been introduced. It doesn't matter. When I saw this guy was obviously a very talented editor, but it's not my place to comment on his style and how I think he should be editing. That's up to him. It stamps a permanent stain on your reputation. This does. Okay? This isn't gonna change. Like, some people are never gonna see me again, but they'll see me again one day and they'll think, oh, he's the guy that talked about that other editor. What was the point of that? What a prick. If you disagree or disappointed with something, keep that to yourself no matter how bad it is. I don't care if it's like the most agreed topic in the world. I don't care if, someone turns out to be a pedophile again, right? It's not your place to comment, right? Just keep posting work. Pretend like you gotta make everyone think that you're some robot that only edits, nothing else. Keep it that way. They don't want to know about your opinions on drama or, all this weird social media stuff. They don't care. They just want to see what you can do for them, which is posting more creative work. Even if it's something as mellow as you're talented to make your own style, so go get it. Keep other editors' names out of your mouth. Now, tutorials and advice. Now, in terms of finding other editors, this isn't the worst thing in the world, but like you aren't looking for other editors to like network with. And the best way, I guarantee you, the best way to network with them is to actually post your work, right? You're here to land clients, not to make friends, right? Another one is filler content. It forces clients to scroll down even more just to find some work. So if they're on desktop or if they're on their phone, they're going to have to scroll a bit more to find your work. And that's not a bad thing, right? That's not like, it's not the worst. I mean, it is a bad thing. It's not the worst thing in the world is what I'm trying to say. Now, if you make one post and it gets a lot of likes, you might think, okay, I'll just do it again. It's not that bad. You get more likes. And the next thing you know, you're just chasing these likes. And then by the time you realize your client is going to have to, potential clients and creators that are thinking of hiring you, they're going to have to scroll so much and they're going to have to scroll through so much content to even find your work. And then the final one is, it's not really the way of networking. Now, finally, what you should be doing, posting work. So this is how your page roughly should look. Very accessible. They go into your page, the first thing they see is work. So this isn't real. I photoshopped my old posts to come up first. So it should look like the first thing they see is your work. If you want to land clients, the first thing you should be showing them is your work, more work, right? Portfolio, make it as easy as possible for them to judge you, okay? Because the harder it is, the easier they are to give up. Right? This is how your page should roughly look. In terms of posting work, it directs both editors and clients to your page. Work is the best way to network with other editors. I've had plenty of DMs, especially when I started out, plenty of DMs saying, bro, this edit was so good. Bro, you're incredible. And they'll put in the replies too, right? They'll say, incredible work, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And they'll want to network with you. You start sparking conversation, right? And down the line, this is going to lead you some great opportunities. Like I said, outsourcing is probably like the most consistent way of me landing top 1% clients because I know so many top 1% editors. Editors are constantly looking for new people to bring them inspiration and creative ideas. Your work has a much better chance of doing that than any copywriting tweets or any tweets about grind and success, right? I can guarantee you from both my perspective and from their perspective and what I've seen other big editors talk about and what they think of this sort of like copy pasta tweets, they don't care. they want to see your work, okay? Because your work can inspire them, and that's all they really need, right? When they find your page, they should find your work plus your portfolio, right? So like I said, in terms of clients, it should be easier for them to find your work, right? Invite zero drama or controversy, regardless of your quality. It will bring support and bring traffic. So for example, if an editor doesn't think you're good, that is fine. There's another editor that will think that you're great, you're brilliant. The next time you post, you'll improve, and then someone else will think you're brilliant. On top of this, work shows what niches you might be interested in working in. So there's an editor that's done this, and I can show this right now. So I've made all of these mistakes before. And before you start complaining about the fact that you can't tweet, or you can't tweet how you want, or you can't chase that dopamine from building a following of other editors, I want you to look at this case study. I want you to look at it. There was a kid that I'd help him a lot when it came to his editing. This editor's name is called Lava Melon. Now, Lava is what I call him. He's 15 years old and he's from Egypt. And this is his page, right? Work, 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 work. So just a non-stop previews, highlights, right? Intro, blah, 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 right? It's nothing but posting his work. And within 10 months of starting, he's done nothing but grind. He posts his work and focuses on improving his editing until he got to the next stage. His feedback to action loop was so fast. He reached his first 10K month within those 10 months. So work to result. He says, yesterday I completed the 4 biggest W's of my life. I reached my first 10K month. I reached it at 15. And in, less than 10 months from when he started editing, which is insane. The most impressive editor I've ever seen in my entire life. And finished all of the family's debt. It was really demotivating to get paid 1K, for example, and the debt go from, 10 to 9K and having to work for weeks after that. But now I'm free. And the fourth one was like a joke, but it doesn't really matter. Okay. That's like, I want you to just think about that. $10,000, the guy's 15 years old. He did it in less than a year. This is the result of hard work. This is the result of put your work down. This whole cycle. He listened to everything I said. And he's got this sort of result, and it's incredible. You can do this too. This is proof that you can do it too. Give a round of applause for Lava. Okay? Clients are only interested in what you can do for them. The best way to convey that is not from telling them and making false promises, but actually showing off your work. Show them what kind of quality they'll get from working with you, which is exactly what Lava did. See, he didn't reach out to people and say, hey, I'm going to land you this amount of views in a couple seconds, and I'm going to get you this and that, and all of this. And I'll get into why that's stupid again later on. But all he did was post his work, and look what he's achieved from that, right? When it comes to receiving feedback, he just does it. And would you look at that, it works, right? Moving on to the final part of the fundamental startup. We're here, guys. We're getting there, right? We are going to learn about how we can host our portfolio, how we can create our portfolio. We're going to talk about the host selection. We're going to talk about the fact that you need between 2 to 6 videos, And then we're going to talk about what videos you're going to select. We're going to be talking about how to polish the design of your website and how to optimize it for positive perception. Again, there's that word, perception, right? So let's start off with host selection. You need a place to host your website to show off your work, talents, and achievements. Now, I could go through the pros and cons for the most popular web hosting sites, but I already have one in mind that is the best for beginners. Card. Easy learning curve. And the reason this is good is because right now, when you're starting out, we don't really care about, we're not web designers. We don't really care for that too much. We just need to make a portfolio and move on for now, right? Easy learning curve. No experience required. It costs you between $5 to $20 a year. Do you remember that guy I was talking about earlier at the beginning of the guide? He made $50 within 2 weeks, and it cost you $20 a year. Come on. Surely you can get $20 a year, right? It's made for beginners. Domain hosting, which means you can have your custom URL, which is something I definitely definitely recommend you to do. Get a custom URL. And it is very popular amongst editors. And here's a link to it. Now, the best part about this is when you join the community, you will have 3 templates, right? For different positions of your career. 3 templates. So if you've never posted work before, you've got practice edits, there's one for that. There's one for getting your first video, and there's one for videos plus career statistics and achievements, right? You can get all these templates and a bunch of more free stuff to join the community. So if you haven't already, go and join the community. Now, moving on. Number 2, between 2 to 6 videos. So this is a bit of a weird one. 2 to 6 is really specific. So why should I limit my video count? Isn't it better to show more work? Well, no. And once again, here's why. So let's say this is my YouTube feed. Let's say your YouTube feed was a portfolio. Creators will be so overwhelmed by the number of videos, they won't even click on one. Now, this is called paradox of choice. So let's say like this was a portfolio. I'm not gonna decide, like, which one do I decide to click on, right? Well, none of them. This is called paradox of choice. Paradox of choice is when someone has too many options. The anxiety and process of choosing a video will go on and on until that person is officially indecisive, leading them to watch nothing and click off your website. We naturally, like people in general, we'll get so caught up in the design process that we'll forget that we're convincing the potential clients to give us a chance. We'll start assuming that they will watch every single video. So I recommend you to just keep it at a cap of 6 videos, right? As long as they can all be like easily accessed, right? Just make it so it's not a lot of information to take in, not a lot of colors to take in. So remember, this is all information they have to take in, and we don't want to overdo it, right? So we want to look at my website, for example. There's a lot of dead space. Gray, dark gray, black, dead space, right? So now the thumbnails can pop out. But you see, imagine that your website was like the YouTube feed here. If there was just videos, nothing pops out. If everything pops out, nothing pops out, right? All these colors mean nothing to me if there's not enough dead space to contrast with it. So my portfolio has 4 videos. They're easily accessible, lead you straight to the CTA of the portfolio. It's easy and it saves time. Okay, now we're going to move on and we're going to talk about video selection, because video selection is, you know, I wouldn't say tricky, but there's some things you need to know. So you're probably thinking, what is there to think about when it comes to selection? Just pick the best ones. Well, yes and no. It's a bit more complicated than that. See, when you set a price on your services, you're making a claim. I'm worth X amount of dollars. Your portfolio should build perception that you can live up to that price tag. But your aim should be to over-deliver. Your work is evidence to support that claim. If it's a bold claim, your clients, well, they won't say no, but they'll see you as more of a risk. And the best way to land clients is just, you know, making you look like you're a sure thing. So rather than a sure thing, making your closing experience much harder. So if it's a bold claim, if you say I'm worth $2,000 per video, well then you better have the work to back it up, right? Or at least you better have the work plus achievements plus statistics plus knowledge to back it up. You better have the leverage to back it up. Everything that you achieve, everything that you have, everything that you advertise to the clients is building up to your perception, and they need to say, yeah, he's worth it. Now, let's go on to some things we've got to think about when it comes to what videos we want to have on our portfolio. So first off, obviously, we have the best work, okay? Of course, your best work goes up there. It should be their first impression of you and your work. This one is a no-brainer, right? Not much thought going into this. It's pretty obvious. Commonalities. If you're targeting niche clients, your videos need to show that common relation. If you're the best in that niche, you have the leverage to charge the highest. This means when you target a niche, if you're switching niches, you do the exact same thing, even if it means sacrificing work quality, okay? If you're an editor who edits in the finance niche, but you want to start editing gaming because you realize that gaming might have more money, you would build a much more of a positive perception towards clients. Like, they'll think of you as much more likely to succeed, and they'll think that you obviously know more about, well, the content because, you know, you're experienced in gaming content. So if I tried to apply for a gaming job, but my entire work has a different niche, like finance or documentary or whatever, right? It'll be pretty difficult. I could probably still land a few clients, but it'll be very difficult. See, even if you make gaming videos now, even if you switch to gaming videos, you take some practice footage or you take on smaller clients and the editing looks worse, it'll be much better to take that and put that on your portfolio rather than to keep your old niche and think that you're going to land completely different clients in a completely different niche with your old stuff. So if you want to switch niches, just take practice footage or take lower paying clients. You have to take the sacrifice. Remember, sacrifice your good finance videos to put up some new gaming practice or new gaming videos for lower paying clients. Now you're probably thinking, oh, I'm not worth that much. Who cares? If you want to switch the niche, then first off, take lower paying clients, put that on your portfolio, and then start climbing the ranks again. Because when you reset, you reset. This is just perception. Remember, we don't play with emotion, we don't play with facts, we play with perception. People need to perceive you as a gaming editor. They need to look at you and think, yeah, that guy, he has knowledge within our niche. If you try to apply for one of the biggest gaming creators, one of the biggest Minecraft creators, but your entire portfolio says, I'm a finance editor, they're not going to look at you and think, oh yeah, that guy knows Minecraft. No, how can you apply to one of the most competitive jobs, one of the most competitive positions, and not have the leverage of simple knowledge, niche knowledge, right? A creator would rather take someone with some experience in the niche than someone clueless and completely foreign to it. Sacrifices have to be made. So these are the two things that generally you'd want to post. Also, like anything that does well, but first and foremost, they're going to judge your editing, and even more than that, they're going to judge your VFX, because that is the easiest thing to judge. You see, they can sit there for a few minutes and watch your storytelling, or watch how you do your sound design, or how you do this or that. But in a few seconds, in a singular frame, in one frame, they can tell how good you are from your VFX, especially like the higher paying client, especially the higher paying clients, because they've worked with a lot of editors. They know exactly what to expect. And if a single frame is all it takes, then VFX is going to be the thing to do that. So now let's move on to the polished website design. The design process can be so fun. Creating projects has to be my favorite part of entrepreneurship. But when creating, you always need to keep the client psychology in mind. Think about their journey on the website from start to finish. What are they going to be thinking? What will they do next? And what impression will they have of you? So again, we're playing with perception here. The reason that we add stuff in like, oh, X amount of views across my entire portfolio, or look at this video that I added with X amount of views, or look at this video with this amount of views, right? A bunch of different things can add up to that sort of perception. That's what we need in order to bring our clients from, oh, he's a risky hire, to, oh, he looks like he knows what he's doing, therefore he can't be that risky, right? It's not about going from yes to no. It's about bringing them closer to the idea of hiring us, thinking that we are less likely to be a failure and more likely to be a success. It's a lever, it's a scale, right? We've got to take them on that journey. In the free community, you can get a case study on how an editor improved his portfolio quality and he eased his closing experience. Now, I'd usually explain how and what to do in order to polish your portfolio design in this case, but the case study does that perfectly. Like it does that much easier than I would right now. So join now, no gimmick, no first week free, entire A to Z course and beginner products for absolutely free. Number 4, optimized for positive perception. This is something that I actually kind of learned recently, like more so marketing wise, but this optimized for positive perception I knew before, but this is actually like I'm pretty excited to share with you because it was kind of cool when I first learned it. So you need to look as good as possible. This is just a form of marketing. Marketing isn't flashy gimmicks. It's bringing a person to act on something. In this case, you want a client to act on hiring you for a video. Now, to do this, your brand's perception needs to point into the right direction that hiring you is the least risky decision and it's actually the right choice. And we do that via statistics and testimonials and results and achievements and blah, blah, blah. So, for example, all my featured clients have a minimum of 1 million subscribers. That kind of gives me the sort of status where, okay, this editor is more experienced with working with bigger creators. So he's not only just experienced, but he knows he knows the pressure of handling a big video. My career statistics. So notice how I said long form in this. So we have 70 million long form views, 3 years of experience, 1.3 million views on a video, 32 million views. So you can go to my portfolio. It's dannyrio.uk/portfolio. Notice how I said long form. It separates me from that crowd of editors who acclaim their success to short form content. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm trying to target long form work and I need to stick out from them. If I said 70 million views, that wouldn't look very impressive. If there's other editors saying, I have 300 million views, 200 million views, well, cool, but that's probably from short form, and that's fine. I need to stick out from them. I need to say my 70 million views is from long form, not short form. So now we scroll down and we see, here's a video with my product, my project file. I didn't edit this video, but this is my project file, and it's the most popular video on their channel. Now, these are kind of bonus stuff. This isn't like too important. Nobody's really gonna focus too much on it, but if they do, it's a good thing. And this is a video with my editing on it, my servicing, right? 5.7 million views, 8.1 million views. And by the way, videos with my product, I want to clarify, I do not count towards my, I don't count towards my my view count, right? I did not edit that, therefore that's got nothing to do with me, my product, but it doesn't matter. So if I say I worked on the Guess the Language series with the Europe edition and the regular and the Africa edition, whatever, point is they know that I worked on that. But they're going to assume, if they don't have to watch the video, but they're going to assume that I did this too. I showed the results of my best work. So Football Mastermind series, it got 1.3 million views. And another bonus touch is positive comments. So Chunks commented on the very first episode saying, I know for a fact CBK didn't edit this. So CBK is the regular editor for this, and I hopped in, I did the Football Mastermind. People were pretty impressed with the editing. Now, you don't have to have all of these things. You don't need to have specific things that have been shown on this page to be successful. You just need to remember the purpose of them and implement whatever you have from your work and results to boost the image of your brand, reduce the perceived likelihood of failure, and increase the perceived likelihood of success. And just generally look like you're worth it, okay? So you need to make it look like you are worth it, right? So these aren't all my clients, by the way. I have clients that I started off with a couple hundred subscribers, 1,000 subscribers, 200, like a couple, like 10,000, 100,000 subscribers or whatever. But I only include the clients, like some of the clients that have 1 million subscribers and above, right? That is perception. I'm taking that to that conclusion that I'm experienced with a lot of big creators. Another thing here is like, I talk about that I worked on the Guess the Language series somewhere. I talked about the fact that I worked on the Guess the Language series. So Guess the Language series, 32 million views. That is only on the videos that I worked on. Now, we want to move on to closing. Now, you're going to notice that I've only have content for the closing part, but not performance goals, reflection evaluation. Well, you don't need anything more. So in terms of performance goals, you know that you want to aim for statistics, testimonial, less distraction, and over delivery. Like I don't need to give you images, and I don't have to explain to you that you should aim to be less distracted. I don't have to explain to you that you need to over deliver. Like, and when it comes to a reflection and evaluation, well, these are the only two things you need to know as well before you go back to the whole closing stage, right? So now we are on the evergreen scaling method, but the only thing we really need to really jump into is actually how to close clients, how to DM them, how to outreach, how to find them, how to close them, right? So we're going to start off, I'm going to start off by talking about what's inside. So we have short opener, discussing the video, ending the conversation with payment. We're going to talk about calls, and we're going to talk about a few things to avoid. So avoid making promises, avoid one-time offers, avoid extra services. So starting off with short opener. When outreaching, your first assumption will be to leave the entire offer on the table and then go outreach to other creators and then wait until you get a DM back. Now, the problem with this is that you're taking up too much time and space. You're also rushing the creator to making a decision on the spot, which they can do before even talking to you. If you give the entire offer on the table, if you say, okay, hey, you want an editor? I can do this for you. I can I can get you X amount of views. I can do this, that, all this. I can do it for $5,000 a month. If you put everything on the table, they can read that, say, yeah, I'm not doing this, and then not even respond to you, right? So this is an image of me DMing like trying to outreach to somebody. I did this recently. All it was simply as, hi, I saw you're looking for an editor, post my portfolio link. Here's my portfolio. Let me know if you're interested. She says, hello, I like your type of editing. What can I do? Like, what can you do for me, right? So all I had to do was send my portfolio and get her to engage with me, right? So now we're engaging in conversation. I can start moving on to, discussing the video and discussing payment and whatever, right? So I left the opener with a hello and my portfolio, and I got a response later on, which led to further engagement. Now, there's no need to make flashy offers or false promises or crazy language and, crazy different techniques, right? Let them make the decision whether to engage or not. If they want more information, they will have to engage. They can't get more information by stalking you. They'll have to get more information out of you by talking, right? And if you leave all on the table, right? If you leave the entire offer, you give them all the information they need and you leave it on the table, you take away all the incentive to actually engage. So now they can say no without even saying anything, right? Look at this. I do not want to see a single person outreach like this, please. This was the most embarrassing outreach I've done in my life. This was 2 years ago. I hated it. And I never outreach like this ever again. Don't spam. Don't send walls of text. And don't put your entire offer on the table. Now, let's move on to discussing the video. So let's say you outreach to a creator and you say, hey, I saw you're looking for an editor. Here's my portfolio. Let me know what you think. Well, they bite. Okay, they bite onto that hook and they say, hey, love your portfolio. Let's work, right? So this is a conversation of me talking with a client, and this is me saying, what are the conditions of your video? Well, my video is basically, I fully recorded something similar to Zach Alsop or Nico. Very flexible, blah, blah, blah. I like the portfolio of many editors, but yours stood out the best. Appreciate that. And then whatever, right? So look at this conversation between me and potential client. I want you to actually ignore the language specifics and look at the quantity and passion in the engagement, right? So this is me. I just use a bunch of shapes to show you what it looks like in hindsight, not in hindsight. So what it looks like on paper. Look how much he was talking. So look like how much of the text he put. This is a green flag client. Now, I'm not saying to be nonchalant, talk less, or, ignore them. I'm saying that this is a judgment of character. See how much this creator cares for their work and how much passion they hold for their craft. Okay? This is why creators are so great to work with and not like entrepreneurs, because creators, this is their life, this is their living, this is what they do. Okay? And if they have passion, they could probably teach you like a thing or two. Okay? And it's great to work on their content. It's much more fun than it is to work with an entrepreneur. So this creator obviously cares very much and has a vision for how this video is going to play out. Make them feel heard. This is what they do for a living, and they want to be able to talk about it. People love feeling heard. They love talking about their passions. And the more passionate they are, the better the client. If they don't seem passionate, it sounds like a client who does YouTube for the sake of money, which is also fine, right? But judging from experience, if they do it for the money, they'll be more likely to cut down on costs to make that money. So they'll be more likely to cut down your price and say, actually, nah, I'm looking to do for like $100 or something. Okay. For them, it's instant profit over long-term results. So a bonus thing, taking time to talk about their channel and their content means they're already investing time into talking about plans with you. Sunk cost fallacy kicks in. They feel like they spent all this time discussing plans with you and how the video is going to turn out. They might as well try you out. No need for a discussion like that to go to waste. Okay. Sunk cost fallacy is when you invest into something and think, I invested too much time, or I invested too much money into this. I can't let it go now. Do you remember that TV, for example, earlier? If my cousin calls, he says, hey, I've got a free TV. Do you want it? Yes, I want a free TV. I get the free TV. Well, I'm not going to let the TV go to waste. Okay? Sunk cost fallacy kicks in. I spent the time of getting this TV in. I might as well use it. Or let's say I buy a TV. Now it's money and time I invested. I invested time buying it and setting it up. So now I'm thinking, I invested time and money into this TV. I have to use it. Otherwise, it's going to go to waste. But why? What, just because you bought it? This is called sunk cost fallacy. And when a client is constantly talking to you, they're going to feel like, okay, I might as well go through with this, right? He talked a lot He talked about the duration of his footage. He talked about he's flexible. He was like talking about the style, right? He's obviously very passionate about what he does. So I was like, this is a green flag client, right? Now we can move on to the payment part, right? Now, there's not a lot to do here. Just remember to give your price, don't back down, and remember effect horizons. You like the money coming in now, but you'll regret taking smaller prices down the line. What I mean by that is I've had a lot of situations where I was looking for work and a client would come and DM me and say, hey, are your commissions open? Yes, blah, blah, blah. We'd get into talking and then they say, what's your price? Now, let's say my price is $200. He says, sorry, I can only do $100. I would do this thing where I would take the $100, work with him, and in the short term, I'm happy. See, look, remember effect horizons? I'm happy. But in the long term, I realize I not only have to edit this video, but when I'm editing it, I'm gonna remember that I put my price in half. I cut it in half for this video. Why? It's not worth it. Okay? So I hated it. I could have spent that time on a practice edit, or I could have spent that time doing something a bit more productive, learning. I could have spent that time trying to find actual clients who were willing to spend $200 in a video. So the reason you talk about prices last is because of how it looks. Remember, perception. Because it's the best chance you'll have at them getting them to say yes. Working with people you don't know is always a risk. You need to make it seem less and less risky to work with you. You do this with your Twitter posts, your portfolio, and your DMs. Because all of these have the potential to increase your perceived likelihood of success if you take the opportunity to show off your knowledge first. On top of this, starting with the price reveals your true intention, which is the fact that you want to work with them for money, which is fine. That is not a bad thing. You are looking out for yourself. But remember, play with perception, not fact or emotion. If they don't want to work with you because of that, then make it look like you're editing for another reason, okay? It's normal. Like, people are going to react like that. Oh, you want to work for money? Oh, that's a bad thing. Oh, you're a scammer. You're going to... Bro, it's a job. It is a job. What are you going to do? Fucking not pay me? It is a job. So they can be childish like that, but I get it. Like, it is a job, but we don't want to burst out like that. Okay? We want to play with perception. Play their game. Fucking... If they think editors are scammers because they want to make money, okay, they can be stupid, but let's play with their stupidity, okay? So then let's make it look like, if you want to edit for money, make it look like it's another reason, right? A whole different reason, like, oh, I'm passionate, I'm this and that. Like, for example, when people apply to jobs, like working in, a supermarket or working at a fast food restaurant, do you think they say like, yeah, I want your money? Like, no, they're going to make up some stuff and say like, oh, I need work experience, I want to build this. Or, I don't know why people do. I've never had a job. So if clients do the same thing, they're like, oh, you just want my money. Yes, no shit, but we can't tell them that. We have to play by their game and make it look like we don't really care about money. We care about. And now let's move on to calls. Calls are the best thing you can do for closing clients. It is the most intimate form of communication and form of marketing yourself in this industry. Okay? Now, if you manage to get into a call with a client, then it means you have the opportunity to show that their beliefs and perception of you is real, right? So if they think you're a hard worker, if they think you're the guy, you can get into a call and prove that yeah, you are that guy, right? So you're actually a hard worker and you're interested in their channel. You also get to show off your knowledge firsthand. Show that you're worth the price and more. Okay? If I'm $300 per video, if I think I'm worth like $300 per video, I need to show them that I'm 500. Okay? However, a lot of people make the mistake of leaving calls in their bio, their Twitter bio, or immediately trying to initiate calls as soon as they start engaging with the clients. Okay? The problem is this is far too intimate for them, right? Bro, I just met you. I'm not trying to call you immediately, right? So let's just tech them first. Slowly bring them into the idea of working with you. So here's a few screenshots of me talking with clients. So here we have like, can you call, phone number, Discord, whatever. Okay. So they are initiating it. You can see here, he's initiating it. Chances are the creators will do it anyways. Like I've done this plenty of time where when I'm hiring an editor for myself or when I'm hiring people, I will always initiate a call, right? So I know that if I do it, creators are going to do it, right? And they do. So I generally don't need to, but if you can, even better, let the clients initiate it and jump for the opportunity. But even better, initiate it yourself. Be better than me, initiate it yourself. But only later down the line, whilst you're still discussing the conditions of the video and, you know, the whole plans of the video before you actually get to the price. Okay, so maybe do the price drop on the call. That'd be kind of crazy. And I think that they'd be more likely to give you an answer there and then, because when they're texting you, they have all the freedom in the world. But it's a bit more awkward to just sort of sit there. Okay, they're gonna feel like they're on the spot. The pressure, yes or no, yes or no, and you can work from that, right? If they say no, work on that. If they say yes, brilliant. But calls are great to show off that you're the guy, right? You need to show off that you're the guy. People know that they're great, so they try to initiate it themselves. But the problem is when they do it too early, if they do it in their bio, people don't do it because it's far too intimate, right? Like they don't even know you. They're just gonna book a call with you. Like, relax, bro. Just relax. Okay? Now, let's move on to things that you need to avoid. Okay? So, number one, avoid promises. I've seen this mistake far too many times. This time, it's a mistake that I've thankfully never made, but I've seen other people do it. Now, the first step to over-delivering is by under-promising. You see, you can be the best editor in the world, like the best. But the second you make promises is the second your client's entire perception and the entire way that they perceive you is changed, right? And their expectations of you, it changes, right? So here's the good thing about not making promises. So let's say you work with a client and, you know, without any promises, and then you generate 1 million views on the first video with working with them. They'll love you. They'll think you're some sort of magician. Look at this kid. I just hired him and he got me 1 million views. Now, let's say you work with a client and again, no promises, but this time you don't generate 1 million views. Okay? They won't think much of it because after all, how many editors, especially when you're beginning, how many editors can pull off 1 million views off the bat, right? Not a lot. So they won't think much of it if you don't get it. But if you make promises, if you work with a client and actually make the promise of getting 1 million views, and you actually do end up generating 1 million views, they could be impressed. But it became their expectation the second you make that promise. So it's not really over-delivering, it is just delivering. You're just delivering on your promise. And if you make a promise of getting 1 million views and you work with a client for the first time and you don't get it, they'll be disappointed because you promised 1 million views, you didn't get it, you didn't pull through, you didn't even under-deliver, you just straight up failed, right? You under-delivered, you just straight up failed, you didn't, make on your promise, right? Which is why we don't make promises. You don't promise people results, okay? The whole point of perception is that we make it look like we can do that, but we don't promise it, right? And I'm pretty sure I say it here. The difference between playing with the client's perception of you and making promises is that with perception, you get them to make that assumption and conclusion of you all by themselves. So if you don't get 1 million views, they're like, oh, well, to be fair, he didn't say it. I just kind of thought he would, which is fine. And if your statistics say that you get 1 million views on a lot of videos, well, then you don't have to worry about that because you're probably going to get it, right? However, making promises is just flat out risky. You need to fulfill that every time you work with them. There's so much hassle for no reason. Like promises are just an ego play. You don't need to do them. It is not necessary. Like if you can't land clients, without making a promise, then bro, like you got to rethink this entire strategy because it'll just be so stressful for you to make promises every single time and only deliver like a few times, right? So yeah, no promises, okay? Just build your perception, build your brand to make it look like you have that ability, which you probably will be, but don't make promises, especially ones that you know you can't keep, okay? We don't want to damage our reputation here, all right? Moving on. Avoiding OTOs. Now, another mistake I see editors make, and I have made this myself as well. OTO stands for one-time offer, and this is when you advertise to clients that you are putting your product or service in sale for a reduced price, and for this one time only. Here's why it's a mistake. The sleazy salesman. So remember how they'll perceive you for this. When you come to them with a limited time offer and to Get it right now before it's too late. They think of you as some just, kid turned sleazy salesman looking to make a quick buck from them, and it just results in a damaging reputation, right? And desperation. It is just an excuse to drop prices and land clients. It is desperate, right? People don't work with you because of your price. It's because they don't believe that you can fulfill their needs. And if someone is willing to drop their price, it's a sign of, I need money, which isn't exactly showing that you're in a position of power, right? Like they're not working with you because of your price. They're like the importance in showing that you're in a position of power is because those who work hard get the result and they gain momentum. So you can never be in a drought of clients or money if you have results and momentum. Listen, if you want to market to your clients, they need to believe that they need your services in order to fix their current editing issue. If they don't have that, they won't buy. Your price isn't a problem. They just simply believe that they don't need your service. If you need to edit for some money and you need to land them fast, like whether you need to cover some debts or make rent, okay, cool, I get that. And you can't land clients very easily. Okay, drop the prices for clients. I get that. Make a quick buck. I've been there in university. I did that. But at least do not advertise it as a one-time offer, please. Right? Respect your clients. Don't reduce them to a way to get your satisfaction. Right? Think of it like you're treating a girlfriend, right? You don't want to advertise it like you need to use her for a night. You approach her because she is special and you want her in specific. Okay? This isn't just like I'm not talking about like just treating girls, but people don't like to, feel like they're just being used for someone else's satisfaction. You're making a deal here, right? It can't just be a one-ended deal. There needs to be some sort of return, right? I can edit your videos. Okay, but cool. Why do I need your editing? Why should I pick you? What? Because you give me some sub story that you're broke? They won't believe it, right? Let's move on to the final mistake. Avoiding extra services. And yes, I made this mistake too. I made a deal with a client that I could do editing plus management plus thumbnails for $2,500 a month. And it led to this result. Don't bother, thank you for your time. That is actually what he said. Don't bother, thank you for your time. And at this point, I was making $1,500 on a good month. So probably like $1,200, $1,300. So this was a huge opportunity. And little experienced me took it. And this is what went wrong. And this is what is wrong with making deals to take extra services. You have no idea what you're doing when it comes to these new services. And that's fine, but you'll be expected to complete the quality of work for the prices that actually do have that skill set. So let's say, for example, you had to complete thumbnails as well. Well, they're going to expect you to be good at thumbnails when that's a thumbnail designer's job. I don't have the skill of a thumbnail designer. I'm an editor, but they're going to expect you to do that. Time. In both the long term and short term, this is damaging for your career. You see, in the short term, you'll have less time to spend on other clients, and that'll damage your relationship with them, potentially losing your job with them too. Now, if you plan to work with them, here's why that is still not a good idea. That time that could be spent investing into the current skill set required to be a good editor, which is editing, instead of wasting it on skills you only need to satisfy that one client. So right now, in the short term, you could be spending the time editing for other people, practicing on editing, continuing to edit, but instead you're spending time on like channel management and thumbnails and how to get better at thumbnails in Photoshop, right? And that's messing you up in the short term. In an alternate reality, there's a version of you that didn't take that deal. And in the time you spent working with that client that made you that deal, the alternate version of you had improved with his current skill set and managed to scale his income. So there's another version of you that came across this client and said, no, thank you. I need to focus on building my own current skill set. He did that. Remember effect horizons, right? One more time. Not only have you dropped down here and you need to catch up, but he would have continued like going straight up. He would have been rising straight up, right? But not only do you have to catch up to where you were before, but you missed out on the chance of progressing, right? You could have progressed like alternate version of you, but you didn't. So now you have to spend time catching up with where you used to be. Now, here's what's even more messed up about this whole thing. Once you realize that it's not worth it, it's too late. You can still quit that client, but you have to go back to whatever you were charging before, because you spent time investing into other skill sets. It's like what I told you. So when I got fired for this client, I couldn't even make $2,500 a month anymore. I had to go back to my old prices because my time was invested into the wrong skills. Okay, so it's one thing to have that time. So let's say, I don't know how long mine lasted, but let's say for you, you take a job that does thumbnails, channel management, and employee management and editing. Now, that lasts for 3 months. That 3 months could have been spent on investing into editing skills, so you would have gotten better and you'd be charging higher prices. But now, let's say after that 3 months, you didn't do that. You took this job and you're at $2,500. But now you have to go back to $1,200 a month, right? Charging your old prices. You have to get clients, more clients, because remember, you dropped your other ones. You have to get more clients and you have to go back to that old price. And then you have to build your way up again. It is no point, unless you're absolutely certain that you're going to work with this guy a long time, maybe even full time, no point of taking deals like this. No point. Okay? You're investing your time into the wrong skills and it's damaging you both short term and long term. The last part is a low quality client. Now, if a client offers or makes you take on work outside of your skill set, that is a low quality client. They should be hiring people who know how to do like whatever it is he's telling you to do, instead of dumping on somebody with little experience. If he wants to grow, don't save your money and tell the editor to do it. Hire somebody proper. And if they do so, again, it's likely to save time and money. Two things that help them in the short term, but long term, they're missing out on potential growth they could have by hiring the right people for the sacrifice of that money in the short term. Someone clearly hasn't been thinking about the effect horizons graph. So these clients are also messing up in the long term because they're making you do this work, which you obviously can't do. You can't juggle all of this. You can't get as good as thumbnail designers this short, like in such a short period of time. So they think by saving money now, oh, that's going to be good for me. No, if they spend the money now on a thumbnail designer, employee manager, and channel manager, that's going to cost them in the short term, but it's going to help them long term. And if they don't realize that, that's a low quality client. They obviously haven't gone through enough experience to realize that. Now, end. So we've gotten to the point where we've completed both the fundamental startup and the evergreen scaling method. So after you close a client, we're going to think about the performance goals. So you're going to want to aim to over deliver. You're going to want to aim to be distracted less. You're going to want to aim for a testimonial. Try to get them to make a testimonial on your work. And if you over deliver and they're happy and they're like, incredible stuff, you did a great job here, then they're going to be more likely and more willing to do it because you did such a great job. They're feeling very emotional, very happy, very, very proud of the work that you did. And try to bump up some statistics. So if you know how the whole view system works on YouTube, then play that game, right? Get more views on your videos. Finally, seek criticism. So now that you've edited the video, you want to get some feedback from people. So seek criticism, consult with the client, evaluate an honest price tag. If you genuinely, hand on heart, if you promise to yourself, you're being honest with yourself and you do not recognize significant improvement, okay? Like by significant, I mean like there's obvious change in your work, right? You've obviously gotten better, right? Don't like go to the nitty gritties of, oh, well, I kind of did this better and this better. Like that's cope. You've got to know if you've done better or not. And if you haven't improved, you haven't improved. That doesn't mean you've gotten worse. That just means you haven't improved. But if you do notice actual good change in your work, then that is you recognizing significant improvement. So what you're going to want to do is post this to Twitter. Right, obviously, after they upload it, you want to post this to Twitter. Search for new clients, outreach to them, and raise your prices. Okay? And then you want to go through the whole closing thing, performance goals, reflection, and blah, blah, blah. And you keep doing this until, whatever, right? Until you're making thousands and thousands per video. However, if you do not recognize significant improvement, evaluate all the feedback that you get. So your friends, your client, right? Edit like other editors, review the video, write out a list of constraints, so things that you honestly could have done better at in terms of performance or just output. Then you work on those constraints until the next video. So then you work on those constraints until your work is deemed more expensive. I had to just fix the grammar real quick. Now, this has got to do, remember, the iterative learning cycle. So remember, you want to take all that feedback. You want to think, okay, well, I need to do this. This is my constraint. I need to work on this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I need to get better at this. And then you practice it. Practice. Put it in a video. Did I improve? Well, no. Okay, well then, where did I go wrong? Well then, okay, well now that's no longer my constraint. Okay, so you've done the practice and you implemented it again. Oh, much better. My, whatever, I don't know, subtitling is much better. My, how fast I cut, right? So speed of workflow, like how fast I get things done. That has gotten much better, right? So now that's no longer my constraint, okay? So you just keep doing this, keep taking that feedback, okay, practice it, and then do it for the next video. And if it works out, great. Now focus on the next constraint and then do that, right? Everything you need to remember. We've covered productivity protocols, so the iterative learning cycle and exposure. We've gone through Alchemy of Self, which I hope you've done by now. We've gone through the entire fundamental startups. We've gone through the evergreen scaling method. Now there's a little bit of bonus content here for you. So there's a few things that people might often ask, and I'm here to answer them. So there's software expansion, inbound versus outbound clients, styles, niche selection. So let's start off here. Software expansion. Learning multiple softwares is unnecessary. Okay? Do not learn 2 softwares at once, you learn one, and that's Premiere. Learning new softwares whilst your current skill level on Premiere needs upgrading is a sign of shiny object syndrome, right? If you are not very good at Premiere, if you're slow on Premiere, if you need to do things better on Premiere, why are you going to After Effects? Fix that first, right? Fix that first. That's shiny object syndrome. Why are you in Blender when you suck on Premiere? Focus on that. Learning new softwares when your visuals aren't the constraint is a sign of shiny object syndrome. However, learning a new software is necessary when you feel limited by your time and your current software, or you seek new creative challenges. So I use the word necessary here, meaning you do not have to know new softwares other than Premiere Pro to be successful. Do you remember Lava here? He did everything. Where is he? He did everything on Premiere Pro. Less than 10 months. Like, this is very impressive. He did everything within 10 months, 10K per month, Premiere Pro only. So he is proof that you can do it on Premiere. You should think of him when you think of like, oh, I can definitely do it on Premiere, 10K per month, and Lava's living proof, right? It definitely does help. I will not lie, it helps. And let me show you some of my experiences. So these are 2 posts that I posted on Twitter. If you're aware of, how they look, cool, that means you'll know what's to come. If not, you can go watch these and see what I'm talking about. But both of these, I have the timeline for both these videos. So for this video, intro from Meme God, all made in Premiere, right? This was the timeline for a 1-minute intro, or 30-second intro, 1 minute, right? So 1-minute intro, and it counts up to 64 visual layers. So that's not like layers in total, that's visual layers. And then like 15 or 20, I think that was like 20 something, but it could be 15, right? I think that was like 20 something layers of audio layers. Look how much there is. All of this stuff for a minute of content. Why? I realized it took so much time and there was no point. My VFX process ended up taking far too long, causing far too many render and pre-render issues. The project above with 86 total layers, okay, so it was 86, can't be opened anymore. That is not BS, that is real. You can see the green line here. This means rendered. So usually it'd be red when I've used like too many plugins, or if it's overloaded with effects and overloaded with work, it'll go red. And you need to pre-render it to turn green. However, if it's like yellow, you can see all the way here, then that's just normal, right? It's not overloaded. It's not like, it doesn't have to be pre-rendered. So all of this is green. I can't open this file anymore because it crashes my software. I'm not even joking. And the video above is one of my, so this one is one of my first videos where I used After Effects for a few animations and motion graphics. And even then, I still made a lot of my like animations in Premiere. And I realized my constraint was my time and rendering. I realized that long term, After Effects could help with this constraint. For example, if I wanted to make my image wiggle, I could spend time creating it wiggle with transform on Premiere, for about 1 to 3 minutes. And I know what you're thinking, like, oh, you can make a preset, but wiggle effects, shake effects, all these things, there's no amplitude and frequency like values to this. You have to animate it yourself. So even I got plugins. Plugins are going to make the pre-rendering slower. So every single time I try to move my playhead, it will take time. It will lag, right? Well, not like lag internet-wise, but it will be very buggy. It will be a lot of processing. And I want to make it as easy as possible for my computer to process this, right? So instead of making it for around 1 to 3 minutes, I could create a wiggle expression in 5 seconds with After Effects. 5 seconds. Now, 1 to 3 minutes is not a long time anyways, but when you think about an entire video, one effect for 3 minutes, that's a long time. I realized that like even this is like still half. So I'm pretty sure like all these green ones are like After Effects, but I'm not sure. But either way, some of these are After Effects, some of these are Premiere. Most of them I'm pretty sure were After Effects. But still, that was a lot for me to do. And I realized it was not worth the time. So I made the switch, right? Hybrid animations, 8 minutes, a 30-second long video. This one was a minute long. So this was from this video. This was this timeline. This was the result. But if you feel like you're being held back by your software because of stuff like this, I'm not going to stop. Like, go learn After Effects. If you think you've like done very well in Premiere, go do it. But if you know that it's shiny object syndrome, if you are not good at Premiere, if you haven't even like touched, okay, like levels of struggle like this, there's no point, right? There's so much more for you to go through. All in all, when it comes to, is it possible to do, to reach success? Is it possible to make 10K per month with only Premiere? Yes! I worked on Premiere for most of my life, right? What the fuck? Not most of my life. I worked on Premiere for most of my career. Only like in 2023 did I move fully to After Effects, which is the result of my work now. And I must say, not only is it faster, easier, less time to render, but it is more enjoyable. It looks better, less render errors. But it is not mandatory. Like, it's not something you have to do. It helps, but it's genuinely like you can find success from Premiere, right? It is possible. Like even then, I still like this was like $200 for an intro. This was $1,000 for one video. So, and even then, like a lot of my animations were Premiere. Like some of my best animations were Premiere, right? And remember, Lava did it, and Lava's like 15, bro. Okay, Lava's 15, and I make a joke to him all the time that he lives in a pyramid. So, the guy knows that he's obviously had like a lot of limiting beliefs, but he realized he could overcome them. And Lava was very heavy into this whole belief system stuff, and that is definitely what got him to reach 10K within those 10 months. It wasn't about the fact that he used like After Effects or he did this or that, but if he did it on Premiere, that means that he had the belief that he could do it, and he did do it. He went through that whole alchemy of self stuff. But I'm not going to say that you need it, but I'm going to say it helps. That's all. That's my piece. Anyways, moving on to inbound versus outbound clients. So there is no difference in quality. Clients are clients. Both have their qualities, but both give you an opportunity for some work. If you start getting inbound clients, do not start like turning down, do not like start thinking that, oh, outreaching is not for me. I'm too good for outreaching. I get inbound clients. Like, that's not how it works. I still outreach to this day, bro. I outreached a couple days ago. They both give you opportunity for work. Point and simple. It doesn't matter. They have their qualities. Maybe they were looking for you because they liked your work in specific. That's good about like inbound, but outreach has its qualities too. You can't just write everything off. Okay, so styles. So styles. Taking inspiration from others is understandable, but do not become the product of another man's work. Editing is great for teenagers and young men to find their identities. Do not waste this opportunity constantly riding on waves. Strive to learn and evolve. If a client wants a specific style, they'll go to the top man, not the teamy version. So this is what I'm gonna give for now, because styles is a whole topic I could go over. But like genuinely, like this, you don't need to know that, right? You don't styles is not really a need to know. It helps, but it's not a need to know, and I'm not gonna be here for 10 hours, right? Don't try to copy everyone, because that's just gonna take away leverage, right? That's gonna take away the fact that you're somewhat unique, right? And try to aim for learning and evolving, please. Now, niche selection. Niches are preference based, not income or revenue based. Optimize your portfolio and brand to attract specific creators. Aim for fun and enjoyment. Now, there's another very talented editor. His name's Garfield. And if you look at his like Twitter, you can see he works with a lot of he works in the documentary niche, right? He works with a lot of those, those documentary videos you see on YouTube? Well, he works with people like Internet Anarchist, Ryan Pictures, X-Cop, this Craig guy, Big Craig, I think his name is. I've seen him before, right? I watched his video and I didn't realize Garfield edited it. If you go through his Twitter page, you'll see a bunch of documentary I gave him a little star, these stars to tell him good job, because he's obviously stuck to only posting work. And not only did he just post work, he posted everything in the documentary niche. So now, I'm not going to reveal his prices because that's probably not my place. Guy's made it. The guy definitely makes a decent amount of money from these documentary videos, and they look very fun to make, right? So if you want to get niche, if you just want to get niche, just advertise that you're in a different niche. And that doesn't mean make a tweet. That just means that start posting work specifically in that niche. So if you take work on for the sake of money, but you're trying to get into, let's say, the documentary niche to get likes, if you take gaming work, cool, but don't advertise that, because that's going to start telling people that you're open to do gaming work. If you just want to move into the documentary niche and you want to take a gaming video because it pays well, good opportunity, you need the money, whatever the reason is, right? You can take that, but don't post it, because posting it will just mean that you're advertising to creators and editors that, okay, I'm now doing gaming as well, by the way, right? So you can take it, just don't post it. Now, that's what I mean by optimize your portfolio and brand. It's just simply just only post in that niche, okay? And niches are preference based, not income or revenue based. That basically just means that niches are just what you prefer to edit, what you enjoy most with editing. They aren't they won't decide how much you get paid. People seem to think that finance niches get paid the most because of the CPM, but that just means your client gets paid more. That has nothing to do with you. What decides your price and how much you get paid is you. You are responsible for you. YouTube CPM has no correlation with you. The audiences I saw so many editors having their opinions on this, and I want to clear this up. YouTube CPM, nothing to do with you. The income of the audience, nothing to do with you. The income of the client, nothing to do with you. What you can offer to people, how good your editing is, and your leverage, and everything to do with you, that's what decides your price. Niches are not for the sake of making more money. Niches are for the sake of just enjoying or wanting to work with a certain creator because you like watching their stuff, or just because you want to do it, right? This is the fun side of editing, right? This isn't very businessy, hard ass side. This is just, we do this because we enjoy it. So yeah, that's the entire guide. We've gone through absolutely everything we need to know. Okay? Now, what I want you to do is to join the community. I know, just hear me out. Now, what I want you to do is to join the community and just share what you learned with others, right? Start meeting others, because believe me, it is very difficult to network with editors, especially when there's just when there's a lot of editors who aren't willing to progress and learn. If you've made it this far, You are more dedicated than any other editor I know. Who on earth would sit through like a 5-6 hour recording, like not recording session, but 5-6 hour, guide on editing? Your kind of person, the person you want to connect with, is someone that's watched this guide. Someone who actually seeks improvement. You actually came to this video to learn how to become an editor or how to become a better editor. You are more dedicated than so many editors out there. Join the community where you can find more people just as dedicated as you. I'm going to be making weekly calls there. I think at a certain number, I haven't decided, certain amount of members, I'll be doing weekly calls. So if you want to get that sort of access, join the community. And it takes a lot of dedication and it takes a lot of trust for you to watch an entire video. And if you made it this far, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much, because you've shown trust in me. You've shown your trust in my knowledge and my abilities, and you want to learn, and it means a lot to me. So most importantly, not just, look at this guide and, look at the community, but most importantly, just thank you. And goodbye.